And that will do it. Predators win it 5-1 over Colorado for their 8th consecutive win.
8 in a row. The Predators have won 8 in a row. Ever since that spanking against Dallas, they've won 8 in a row. And they're probably going to make the playoffs. And, I mean, probably is probably an understatement. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs, folks. Like, it is what it is. 8 in a row. Tommy Novak's got an extension, by the way, 3 years at $3.5 per. We'll get into that today. I mean, today is one of the days that gives me anxiety. You know, everybody talks about the summer sometimes. I'll say, oh, you know, don't have much to talk about, or, oh, you this, that. Today, we've got the Predators on an 8-game winning streak ahead of the trade deadline. They just signed Tommy Novak to an extension. We got the Vols on Saturday with maybe the most impressive regular season win I've seen from a Tennessee basketball team in the last 15 years. Probably since Bruce Pearl went to Memphis and beat them. And we got all kinds of stuff coming out of the Combine and the Titans and free agency. So I've got anxiety about all this stuff. What are we going to talk? How are we going to do this today? Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. And we are live from the Spring Hill Heating and Cooling Studios. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up? What up?
I've got anxiety today.
I was thinking about that. There is a lot going on all of a sudden.
There is a crap load to talk about today. And I've got, you'll be surprised, no, I've got takes on all of it. So I'm going to start on the Predators here today. And by the way, we will be giving away tickets to tomorrow night's game as they go for win number 9 in a row. We're going to have a keyword. We'll give it away later this segment. And then later in the show, you'll have to remember the keyword. You'll have to call Ian with it when I tell you to, when I give you the cue to call. And then you'll be going to go see the Predators against the Canadiens tomorrow. But I want to start on this, which was every game the Predators have had throughout this winning streak has just moved the goalpost further. It's been raising the bar every single time they win one of these games. They get spanked by Dallas, and it looks like for sure they'll be a seller. And, hey, if they're going to save their season, they're going to have to do it right now. We weren't talking about making the playoffs at that point. We were talking about staying in the race at that point. And then they beat St. Louis. After the Dallas spanking, Roman Josi and Ryan McDonough both said in the locker room, our season is on the line Saturday. And they won. Then they went to Vegas on the road trip. And this was right after the U2 concert and Barry Trotz and Andrew Burnett putting their foot down, and they won. Then there was L.A., and all of a sudden, you could see the Predators starting to dig themselves out of that hole little by little. But L.A. was in the wild card chase in front of them in a playoff spot, had to have that game, and they got it. Then there were the 3 trap games, right? San Jose, Anaheim, Ottawa, none of those teams are playoff teams. I mean, those games made me nervous. Just like tomorrow night's game makes me nervous, by the way. But those games made me nervous because I've seen my entire life. Once the Predators start to feel good about themselves, then all of a sudden they do something stupid and they end up paying for it. But they won those games with a dominant third period, by the way, against Ottawa. Then Minnesota comes in Thursday. John Hines, they're fighting for their playoff lives, just like you were that day that you went to St. Louis. And you smoked them. Now comes the Colorado Avalanche, the big, bad, cup-contending, Nathan MacKinnon leading Colorado Avalanche. And that was a game now on Saturday. And I know the score's not going to indicate that that was a game, but that was a war on Saturday night. That was a big-time, high-stakes hockey game. That I'm not going to say it was a play. Knew you were on a winning streak. Colorado knew this was a big game for you. Colorado knew you were becoming a playoff team. Colorado knows there's a chance Colorado could win this division. And you could end up playing Colorado in the first round of the playoffs. And they knew that. And they played like it. I mean, Robbie Stanley texted me on Friday, and he said, because I guess he was covering the Avalanche's practice, and he said, if Colorado plays the way that they practiced on Friday, the Predators might be in trouble. And I didn't think Colorado played poorly on Saturday. I just think the Predators were better. At the end of the day, I just think the Predators outworked them. Vingan, who I went to the game with on Saturday, he sent me the analytics after the game was over, and they were somewhat even pretty much as far as giveaways, takeaways, offensive zone time. I mean, the Predators had a little bit of advantage in some of these. And then the one stat, they won 83.3% of their puck battles on Saturday night. Those boys outworked the Avalanche. Now, there were too many Nathan McKinnon breakaways that I didn't like, including one. Ian, did you see that McKinnon goal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. What a freaking rope.
Mm-hmm.
But the Predators answered the bell. And they answered the bell in so many ways. Again, I went to the game with Vingan, and he's sitting there when the Predators went on the power play in the third period up 2-1. And he says to me, he goes, this is the game. Like, if they score on this power play, they're probably going to win. And if they don't, Colorado might take the momentum and turn this into a 2-2 game and everything else. And Yossi fires one off the back wall. And I don't know if he did this on purpose or not, but I think he did. Yossi fires the puck off the back wall right to Ryan O'Reilly, puts it in the net. And I'm like, oh, boy. And from that point on, the Predators were marching right to victory. And this is why, again, these games keep getting bigger and bigger. This is why this was the big one. Because Saturday proved that this winning streak is not a fluke. Saturday proved that this team is legit. Now, are they a cup contender? Again, we keep talking about that, and it's hard for me to get on board when I see all of the firepower and the high-end forward play that the rest of the Western Conference has, whether it's McDavid and Draisaitl in Edmonton, Elias Pettersson and Brock Besser and those guys in Vancouver. Obviously, when Vegas gets healthy, they've got guys that can roll with, and we saw Nathan McKinnon on Saturday night. But this winning streak is not a fluke, folks. This wasn't like Colorado had played an overtime game on the road on Friday night in St. Louis and got into Nashville at 3 o'clock in the morning and started their backup goalie, and nope. They were here on Friday. They practiced here on Friday. They knew what they were getting themselves into, and the Predators still beat them. And the other thing about the Predators is every night it's somebody else who is answering the bell for this team. It is somebody else every single night who is putting the team on their back. Again, we've talked about this. One night it's Kiefer Sherwood out in San Jose with 2 goals. Another night it's Michael McCarron the next night against Anaheim. We saw Luke Evangelista. Luke Shin scored in St. Louis. And on Saturday night it was Cody Glass with a hat trick. And so I'm going to tell you, this is the most fun I have had watching the Predators as a fan since the middle of 2018. You know, right around when Calle Yarncroke got hurt. Because once the Predators won the President's Trophy in 2018, it was just all pressure at that point. It was like, man, we're going to be miserable if they don't win the Cup. And then the next year, they had a 100-point season and won the Central Division, and everybody was miserable. And then obviously, you know, the black hole of the John Hines era, 2020 to 2023, where mediocrity ruled the way. And now it's fun to be a Predators fan again. This team is freaking good. This team is fun to watch. This team is getting better. This team is working together. I mean, this is a fun team to watch. And I feel the buzz. I feel it in the city. People come up to me, what do you think about the Predators, man? I mean, they're red hot. I feel it in the city. And I also felt it in the building on Saturday night. I mean, there wasn't an empty seat in that building Saturday night, which, by the way, the 5 o'clock starts would be much appreciated going forward. Woo! It was incredible getting home at like 8 o'clock. I'm like, oh, my God, this is great. But right now, the Predators are rolling. And I just got to tell you, this is the most fun that I have had rooting for this team in years. It's like the excitement of it is back. The magic is starting to return a little bit. And the Predators proved on Saturday they're for real. And I'm going to say this again. The one thing I asked for at the start of the season was one competitive playoff series. That's all I asked for. A series where the Predators could go into it, where we as fans had hope that, like, hey, this is the Stanley Cup playoffs, man. Anything can happen. And I know that the Predators, when they played Carolina in 21 and when they played Colorado in 22, I know that there was a sentiment of hey, man, anything can happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I know, but with those teams, was it really going to happen? And we knew the answer was no. With this team, I mean, again, if I was a betting man, I would pick Vancouver in a best of 7. I would pick Vegas in a best of 7. Now, Dallas, I mean, I know they spanked the Predators a couple weeks ago, but the Predators have matched up pretty well with Dallas this year, and the Predators, again, have kind of found their way. Like the role players have all found their roles, and they're all excelling. So I wouldn't rule that out. But I turned to Adam Vingan at the start of the game on Saturday, and I said, I'm not much of a gambler as far as sports are concerned. Now, I play a little blackjack. But I said to Vingan, I go, if I'm a gambling guy, just the fact that Predators won 7 games in a row, I would hammer the money line for Colorado. And we saw how that turned out. So we're going to get that one competitive playoff series, and we might be getting more. But this is the most fun I've had watching this team in 6 years. And this team, man, there's something about them. There's something special about this group. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. If you got a thought on the Preds, we'll get to it. 615-737-1025 because they are red hot. Coming up next, Tommy Novak got a contract extension. My reaction, 3 years at $3.5 per. We'll do that, and, of course, we'll do your phones. And I also said we'll have a keyword to give out. Last night, I went to the Nash Vegas Predators Foundation event. It was, by the way, it was a great event, and I think, those events are a lot more fun when the teams won 8 games in a row, which the team had. And I was, they had like these special jerseys for the event or whatever that Philip Forsberg's wife designed, and she was talking about how she designed it and everything else. And I got to tell you, I've decided that the keyword for you to win those tickets when I give you the cue to call is going to be Nash Vegas. So that's the keyword. Later in the show, I'll give you the cue to call. You got to remember the keyword. And then you got to call in and tell Ian, not now, but then. And you'll be seeing the Predators against Montreal tomorrow night. 615-737-1025 if you want to weigh in. Again, that phone number is 615-737-1025 here on the program. Stillman and Company, let me tell all the fine folks out there, speaking of the Predators, that tomorrow you can participate in Preds Pick to Click. If you correctly guess a Preds player that scores a goal in the Preds game tomorrow night, you win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Preds home game. Participate with Robbie and Rexroad tomorrow morning at 8:45. Preds Pick to Click, brought to you by TJ Anderson Homes of Benchmark Realty. List your home with TJ to get your home seen, heard, and sold.
As the Predators now 10 seconds left on the power play. Novak scores! Tommy Novak! Beautiful stick handling there. And Tommy Novak wants to make sure you get your dessert tonight.
You know, I struggled in college for a while, and went through some tough injuries, some tough times, and you know, right when I came into this organization, they've given me chances and rewarded me for playing well, which is not always the case. You know, when guys get written off in some ways. So I'm just really grateful for all the opportunities that they've given me.
Tommy Novak, and today that was Tommy Novak talking about his new contract, 3 years, $3.5 million. Now, where I sit at the games, I'm about maybe 10 rows. I don't know. I could count the letters, but maybe 15 rows. I don't know. Off to the side of the goal where he scored Saturday night. And I watched that, I don't even know how to describe it, where he just works the defender and then fires one into the net. And I saw it in real time, and I thought to myself, did I just see that? And I immediately looked up at the Jumbotron, and I saw, yep, that's what I saw. Now, let's not get carried away here. Tommy Novak is not Alexander Ovechkin, even though everybody jokes with the Novechkin joke. He's not a superstar. And he's probably never going to be an elite player. But today I kept hearing all the talk about Novak and the contract on Caroline, Willie, and D. Mace, and they brought Vingan on, and Vingan wanted to offer 3, and Derek said that he needs to take 4, and they ended up at $3.5 million. And I think this is a really good contract. The contract Vingan wanted the Predators to sign Novak to was 5 years at $3 million per. And I'm sure Barry Trotz would have liked a little bit longer term, maybe than the 3 years. But I think what this really is it's a bridge contract. And I think Tommy Novak needs a bridge contract because the jury's still out on what he is or is not. So if Tommy Novak, who does have offensive skill, he's a little bit of a liability in his own end, and I wouldn't necessarily put him right there on the face-off dot in a big moment. But at the same time, and I would never put him on the penalty kill or anything like that, but he can play on the power play, and he's probably a second or third line center. The thing about Tommy Novak is he does have the talent to be a high-end goal scorer in the NHL. So did Craig Smith. But at 3 years and $3.5 million, whatever happens, talking about the Predators, I'm not going to be screwed. If Tommy Novak really is just on a 8-month heater, combined by what he did at the end of last season and what he's done at times so far this season, and he really is just a Scarbini deep down inside, then 3 years from now, the Predators will move on, and it won't be that big of a deal. $3.5 million on the evolving salary cap is not going to tank the Nashville Predators as they continue through this rebuilding process, which they are still in, even though they're winning right now. So if Novak stinks, they'll stick him on the fourth line, or they'll waive him, and it'll be fine. It won't be the end of the world. It's not Kyle Turris' $6 million that never seems to end. If Novak is good, let's say he becomes Kevin Fiala, who never quite got it here, was probably a little too young, probably pushed into the fire a little bit early, probably didn't fit what Laviolette looks for in guys, and has blossomed somewhere else like Fiala did in Minnesota and is now making a bunch of money in L.A. But again, he's a high-end NHL goal scorer. If he becomes Kevin Fiala, then by the time these 3 years are up, you'll know he'll be 30 years old, and you can give him a contract. Now, you're going to have to pay him then, but that's okay. You will then for sure know. And if you for sure know that Tommy Novak is a legitimate second-line goal-scoring center, then you can pay him accordingly. But again, you'll know. Right now with Novak, you don't know. I don't know. They don't know. We don't know. So this protects the team, and it also protects Novak. It's a good deal. He's going to get $10.5 million, tax-free, state income tax. There is none here, which matters in that sport more than the other sports because the Canadian tax rate is so freaking high. I mean, that right there in and of itself, Like, I think that's a good coup for him, and he becomes a UFA at 30 years old. So I'm not doing jumping jacks or anything like that they signed Tommy Novak. I wasn't thinking that they were going to trade him anyways, even though Barry came on the show last week and said if they didn't get a deal done, they would trade him. But I think that this is a good deal for both sides. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But it's not going to tank the entire rebuild. It's not going to be Matt Duchene's contract. It's not going to be Ryan Johansson's contract. It's not going to be anything like that. And if it works, then you've got a pretty good goal-scoring player for $3.5 million. I think it's a pretty good deal. The other part about this is the trade deadline. What are they going to do? What should they do? What's going to happen at the trade deadline? And we'll be talking to Barry tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And you know that when we have Barry on the program tomorrow, he usually kind of keeps it real with us. So we're going to ask him about the trade deadline. But the sense that I get, Ian, you know how I always talk about somebody when they say, well, I'm telling you, and then I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
The sense that I get, I'm just telling you, I don't think the Predators are going to do anything. I don't think the Predators are looking to buy, and I don't think the Predators are looking to sell. I don't think the Predators are looking to move off of Carrier. I don't think they're looking to move off of Fabro. I mean, Tyson Berry's a little different. Like, he's stuck on the bench, and he doesn't want to be here, and that's different. But I don't think they're looking to just offload Yakov Trenin or any of these guys. And I know Elliott came out this weekend, and he said that there could be more signings, and maybe. But I really, truly believe that the Nashville Predators have decided we like the organization that we have right now. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to do something as far as the big picture is concerned, but as far as affecting the roster and the players they have. I heard today, somebody called in. I kid you not. I almost spit out my juice when I heard this today. Somebody called in and said they should try to reacquire Mikhail Granlund. They're not doing that. They're not going after Vladimir Tarasenko. They're not going after Jake Gensel. They're not going after any of those guys. I'm telling you, I think they like their organization. And I didn't just say team, because I think that it should be said, well, they've won 8 games in a row. Milwaukee, not too long ago, won 19 games in a row. And those guys down there aren't bums. And so I think the way that the team looks at it is if they go on a playoff run, if they need depth, if they have injuries, they just go down to Milwaukee. Defenseman gets hurt, fine. Call up Spencer Stastny. Forward gets hurt, call up Philip Tomasino. Call up Juuso Parssinen. If you want more scoring punch, try one of these kids out, like Joakim Kimmel. They've got it. Obviously, we know that if they have an issue with the goalie, if they need a goalie, they can go to Milwaukee and go get the goalie. So I don't view, to me, I don't think that the Predators are going to do anything, and I don't think they need to do anything. Now, I don't want to rule out just, as far as, like, you said they wouldn't do anything, and I think what the Predators could do is they could be a facilitator on a trade. They can do this one time. I actually looked it up this morning. They've got 2 retained salaries right now on the books. You can only have 3 at a time. So they've got Johansson and Ekholm on the books for retained salaries. So they could be a third party in a deal where a team with no cap space acquires a player. The team trading retains 25% of the cap hit and then sends, or 50% of the cap hit, sends him to the Predators. The Predators retain 25% of the cap hit and then send him to the other team, and they take on 25% of the cap hit. I could also foresee the Predators making a move where a team trades somebody that they don't want, who's making $4 million, $5 million, something like that, kind of like Ryan Johansson. They can't do it with Johansson because they've already traded him, but that kind of player. Big salary, kind of stinks, his team won't miss him. They trade him to you, give you something in order to do that, so that clears up their cap space, and then you waive that player immediately. But that guy's not going to join the Nashville Predators. But I think as far as the roster's concerned, I think this is what it is. And this is what it's going to be. And I don't foresee any changes. I really don't. I could be wrong about that, but I'm telling you, that's what I think is going to happen. 615-737-1025. We'll get to your Preds phones at 615-737-1025. And then also coming up next, I had a cold take on Saturday. And it wasn't one of these ones. You know how you guys love when I come on the air and I say something like, I guarantee that the Titans will lose this game and then they win. And you guys, you guaranteed it. Ha, ha, ha. And you guys love it on Twitter too. I didn't say it on the air. I didn't tweet it. But I said it. I said it in real life. And oh my God, did the opposite happen? We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, Predator fans, do not miss this Wednesday night's Smashville Live. Smashville Live will be at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue at 6 o'clock, where you can get up close and personal and get autographs and pictures with your Predator players, Alexander Carrier and Jeremy Lazan. By the way, Ian, I'm starting to owe Lazan an apology.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he is kicking ass out there. Like, I try to hold the take as long as possible, but this coaching change has done wonders for Jeremy Lazan, and it might be time for me to start, it
might be there with you too. Yeah.
It might be time for me to walk that one back a little bit. Smashville Live is brought to you by the Black Abbing Brewing Company and ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
And as Glass tried to set up the veteran defense, but now Glass comes back in with the puck for Colton Sissons. Sissons back, and the score! Cody Glass! Predators take a 1-0 lead. Giving it back, and the shot taken there by Alexander Carrier deflects away. Novak put it down in front to score! Cody Glass, he has 2 tonight. The Predators have a 2-1 lead. Spinning from out high, shot broken up. McCarron got to it. Now here's the long shot at the empty net to score.
There it is. That's the hat trick.
Cody Glass gets the hat trick.
Cody Glass, the hat trick as the Preds beat the Avs 5-1. The Smashville faithful. How special is this day for you, and what does this mean to you?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It's one thing to score a hat trick, but standing ovation after the game, that's something I'll remember. Yeah. That's something I'll remember forever. It's made me emotional. Pretty emotional guy, but no, it's a special feeling. I never thought I would have that in my life, and I'm incredibly grateful.
Hat trick for Cody Glass on Saturday night. Good for him. But I know you guys love it when I'm wrong. So I'm going to tell you exactly what happened Saturday. Didn't say this on the air on Friday during the show. Didn't tweet it out on Twitter, where, boy, people love when I'm wrong about something. People are like, you should delete this. Like, I ain't deleting it. I said it. It happened. I said it. So on the shift, Ian, that led to the first goal, did I include this story in the grid? You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I don't think so.
So on the first shift that Cody Glass scored, as they're in the offensive zone, right in front of me and Adam Vingan, I went to the game on Saturday night with Vingan, and it was really good to go to the game with Vingan because, if you bring somebody, you got to entertain them, kind of. And with Vingan, I could watch the game. And so we're watching the game, and Cody Glass is there, and I turned to Adam, and I said, I don't know if Cody Glass is going to make it, man. He's not bad, but they just need more pop out of him. They just need more juice out of Cody Glass. And not 5 seconds later, he scores. And I'm like, well, I guess there's a little bit of juice right there. Then he scored again. And I turned to Adam and I said, well, I guess that's the curse of Jared Stillman, right? The proverbial Sally Reese rule that Floyd came up with. Whatever Sally says, do the opposite. And so I guess Cody Glass has too. Then when he put the third one in for the hat trick, Ian, I have never done this before. I have never thrown my hat on the ice.
I was going to say, did you throw the hat?
I didn't have a hat.
Oh, bummer.
And what pissed me off was that Thursday night was the night that they gave the hats out. And that I've got good hair. So I don't wear a hat. So I didn't have a hat to throw. But I was so happy that I was so wrong with this cold take about Cody Glass that I wished I had a hat. And if Adam had a hat, I'd have taken his hat off his head, and I would have thrown it on the ice.
That was a cool moment. And then after the game, that was pretty cool.
So what's crazy is I didn't really see that because as soon as the game ended, I tailed out of the stadium.
Well, you missed a cool moment. I'm sure you saw it afterwards, but...
Well, I guess I've missed a cool moment in a good way, and I've missed a cool moment in a bad way, hightailing it out of the stadium this year, because I did leave the stadium on that Saturday debacle against Dallas when it was 2-1 with a minute to go. And when I crossed the street, I saw on the TV that it was 3-2 Dallas. And I'm like, they just scored twice within a minute? But those were the old days. Those were the old Predators. It's the new Predators. So congratulations to Cody Glass on his hat trick. I'm not going to take credit for it, but I probably should because, again, I started the game off looking at Adam, and I'm like, man, I just don't know if he's going to make it. And I will say this about the Cody Glass hat trick. This has been the theme with this team right now. And it is the same theme that they rode in 2017 to the Cup. And that is that every night it's somebody else who makes a big play to win the game for the team. Now, because they've won so many in a row, we're starting to see kind of, guys repeat it. But Cody Glass had a big goal against Vegas where Roman Yossi fired a bouncing puck across to him, and somehow he got it down on the tape and put it in the net. And when I saw that, I said, do that more often. And he really hasn't since then. But then he had a hat trick. Saturday was his night. And we've seen this. Michael McCarron had his night against Anaheim. Kiefer Sherwood had his night against San Jose. Every single person on this road trip seems to have their night. I say road trip. They've now won 3 straight in a row at home. But that's what this has been, is it has been somebody else every night. And Yossi, he was the star on Thursday night. And Kevin Lankinen was a star at Las Vegas. And this has been the trend. And this is what they did to get to the Cup final. Yes, Pecorine was the horse that carried them there. And look, if you're going to win anything this season, we all know the goalie is going to help carry you there. And right now he is doing that on this winning streak. But think about all the big goals throughout that playoff run, right? It wasn't just all Forsberg and Arvidsson, but it was Vernon Fiddler and Cody McLeod and Pontus Aberg and Colin Wilson and Kevin Fiala had a game winner and James Neal in overtime at Anaheim. And it was somebody new every night. Ryan Ellis against the Blues. And I don't know if you can win a cup that way. Because the Predators, they went on their way in 2017 and they ran into Crosby, Malkin, and Kessel, and they lost. But that's the thing about this team, is that for them to be successful right now, everybody's having their night. And so tomorrow night against Montreal, it's like, okay, who's it going to be tomorrow night? 615-737-1025, and our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. One texter says, Jared, should we hang on to Alexander Carrier for playoff insurance? If all the Predators get in exchange as a third rounder, do you think we should hang on to Carrier? Insurance? I mean, look, I have been a critic of Alexander Carrier's over the years, and I don't think that the Predators are going to re-sign Carrier. But that's not insurance. Insurance is hanging on to Tyson Barrie if you get an offer from somebody else who wants to trade for Tyson Barrie. Carrier plays. You're asking me, should you hold on to Carrier so that he is on the team and playing in the playoffs? And I think the answer is yes. I think that, again, while I know Spencer Stastny is ready for the NHL, I know it's okay to keep things the status quo. I mean, here's the thing about the Predators right now. What this Predators team has been able to do, and this is just my opinion, but what this Predators team has been able to do is they have gone from where they were the last 4 or 5 years, which was, if they make the playoffs, great, but what's going to happen if they get into the playoffs? You really think they're going to beat the Carolina Hurricanes? They have gone from that to a team that I think is, hey man, they get in the playoffs, they can beat one of these teams. And we know how fakakta the Stanley Cup playoffs can be. What I don't like is I don't like people that just assume that the unexpected nature of hockey is going to all of a sudden, be the reason why we should always believe. But I think ever since 2019, when the Predators had 100 points and they won the Central Division, they got beat by Dallas in the first round. I know that playoff series was terrible and they were 0 of 15 on the power play, which was completely inexcusable, and that team should have done better, and that was kind of the beginning of the end. But ever since that series, when you went into that series, you were a legitimate contender. Ever since then, it's kind of been just chasing with a team that probably wasn't serious. And I think the Predators have officially crossed the threshold, and this is what Saturday night was. I think they've officially crossed the threshold into, I don't think we can count them out. Where they were in 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, that's where I'm starting to feel like this team is. And so while I don't think you should be a buyer, I don't think you should be dealing your first-round pick to get Mikhail Granlund. Somebody called Caroline, Willie, and D-Mace today and said that. And the worst part was, they took that call seriously. I had to text Willie. Because, if there's somebody who is, oh, man, he's a Scarbini from Milwaukee, versus, hey, give him a chance. Willie is the guy who is a give him the chance kind of guy, right, Ian?
Sure.
And I am the, hey, I know he's okay, but he's a Scarbini from Milwaukee kind of guy, right?
Usually.
So this guy calls Caroline, Willie, and D-Mace, and he starts talking about how they should trade a first-round pick from Mikhail Granlund to replace Mark Jankowski on that third line. And I texted Willie, I'm like, Jankowski's playing great right now. Why would I take him out of there? I think Jankowski is a very smart player. Do I think he is a big piece to the puzzle long term? No. But I think he's a smart player. I think he's playing great right now. Why would I trade to bring somebody that I know I don't like in Mikhail Granlund back to the Predators when I think Jankowski's doing a good job? Why would I do that? So I don't think the Predators are going to go out of their way to add players, but they're not going to get rid of guys. No. Donovan says, Andrew Burnett is doing a marvelous job rotating all four lines. Against Colorado, all four lines were almost dead even in minutes on the ice, and that is phenomenal. Let me say this, guys, and I know that we had our big John Hines discussion on Friday. This is elite coaching, okay? What we're seeing out of the Predators, this is what happened. Because, again, I'm not Pierre Maguire. Right? Like, I can't sit there and break down every single thing that happened. But what I noticed is this was a team that was trying to find its way. And they were trying to find its way in a lot of different areas. Big picture, what were they trying to be? In the intermediate, were they a playoff team, a contender? Were they going to be a big seller? Like, what was going to happen there? And all of a sudden, as they've worked through the system changes and everything else, it finally clicked when Andrew Burnett finally put the foot down and said, hey, man, this is the standard with which we're going to play Nashville Predator hockey. And I think that was the spark that ignited this. And I think Andrew Burnett is doing an incredible job. And again, I think he's the best power play coach in the league. And Saturday night, when they scored to take a 3-1 lead, Vingan turned to me before the start of that power play, and he said, this is the game. And Roman Josi fired that puck off the back wall, and Georgiev was not in position where O'Reilly was positioned on the right side of the net, and it bounced right back to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly put it in. And me and Adam were discussing whether or not Josi tried to do that. Like, is that the play? For Josi to bang it off the back wall right to O'Reilly. I mean, like a billiard shot.
The Red Wings used to do that. Lidstrom used to do that all the time.
I mean, I'm not going to say that that's what it was because it looked like Josi was taking a shot, but I wouldn't rule it out either. I mean, that puck went right to O'Reilly, and he put it right in the back of the net when they had to have it to break away from Colorado. It's great coaching. And I am convinced that Andrew Burnett is a great coach. I'm convinced of it. The guy wins everywhere. He wins. Whether he's an assistant coach or he's the interim head coach or he's a winner. And I think that I freaking love this coach. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025 here on the program. So one free agent target of the Titans, who we hadn't considered very strongly, but I was starting to. And apparently the Titans were reportedly in on, maybe, is now off the board. Darn. We'll get to that next. Plus, there may be another one that could come on the board. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025. Tune in to 93.3 Classic Hits tomorrow as MTSU basketball takes on Liberty at home. Pregame is at 5:30. Tip-off is at 6 o'clock, and coverage is also available on the 93.3 Classic Hits app and at 93.3classichits.com.
All right, back on Get Up, and as promised, breaking news. This is from Shefty's Twitter feed just a few moments ago. Before free agency begins next week, I'm reading it verbatim, the Buccaneers and 5-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Mike Evans reached agreement on a 2-year, $52 million deal that includes $35 million guaranteed. Evans now has a real chance, Shefty writes, to start and finish his career in Tampa as a Buccaneer. He was expected to be one of the top free agent wide receivers available. Now, instead, he will be a recruiting tool for that team to try to make sure they bring back Baker Mayfield. Fill in any blanks for us here, Dan.
Yeah, they were hopeful, but not certain that this could get done. I think the length of the deal probably helped, right? Didn't need to stretch to 3 or 4 years for a wide receiver who's about to be 31 years old. The average per year, 26, is a good number for Mike Evans, and I think it reflects an organization that appreciates what he's done and sees him as kind of a unique and unprecedented player. It looks like a good compromise.
So, right there, this morning, Mike Evans re-signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I was bummed out. Now, we haven't been talking about Mike Evans to the Titans, but yesterday I started my free agency board. Again, I think it'll be Friday. There's a chance it might be Thursday that we have our free agency preview, only because the trade deadline is on Friday and who knows, whatever. So I may just decide to do it on Thursday with our official free agency preview. But again, I reserve the right to make that decision. As of right now, it's Friday, as it is every year pretty much. And so I started my free agent board. And if you're looking at the stream, it's very, very detailed. Ian, are you looking at it right now?
No, I'm not right now.
Okay, so I got my left tackles all right here, and then I got wide receivers, and so
it was color-coded and everything.
Yes. Like, I spent a lot of time going over, and this is without watching any film. So I'm letting the Pro Football Focus data, and, for instance, Tyron Smith with the Cowboys played 13 games last year, 4 games the year before that, and 11 games the year before that. Guy's always hurt. So you want Tyron Smith, guy's always hurt. So I was kind of going through. Blue is just a fact. So, for instance, Jonah Williams of the Bengals, who I'm not sure is very good, has a higher grade at left tackle than he does at right tackle when he played right tackle last year. That's in blue because that's a fact. And if something is good, it's in green. So, for instance, Trent Brown from the Patriots had 2 penalties all of last year. That's in green. And if it's, if it has to do with the Titans, then it's in a different color, a different shade of green. If it's about the contract, it's in purple. And if it's bad, it's red. And there's a lot of red on a lot of these guys. And the one guy who didn't have any red was Mike Evans. And so this morning when Diana Rossini, when I was going over the free agency board and I was putting together, the wide receivers and the positions of need and things like that, and I was like, man, Mike Evans, he checks a lot of these boxes. Like they do throw the ball deep to him. And last year he had a 98.6 grade on deep throws, and they had 10 years of 1,000 receiving yards, and he had a quarterback rating of over 100 when targeted deep, and he made all the, whatever. I'm like, but they're probably not going to be interested. Diana Rossini tweeted out this morning that the Titans were amongst a bunch of clubs that were pursuing Mike Evans. And so I saw that, and I kind of got excited there for a hot second. But then immediately it came out that he was signing with the Buccaneers. So according to Diana, based on several team sources, she says the Titans, Rams, Chiefs, Patriots, Giants, Panthers, Falcons, and Jags were all interested in Mike Evans. Now, I got to tell you, I think that Diana got that list from Mike Evans' agent. And so my guess is Mike Evans' agent, they knew they were on the goal line right there to try to get a deal done. And so the agent told Diana, hey, we're talking to every team in the league, or at least gave them that list of teams. Diana put it out there. And so that's why, we got our hopes up for 20 minutes that he'd sign with the Titans. And then he signed for 26 a year with Tampa Bay. Now, I was prepared to give Mike Evans with the Titans 4 years, $110.60 guaranteed, which would have been $27.5 a year, which would have made him the 3rd highest paid receiver in the NFL, because you do have to overpay to get somebody to leave where they are to come to the Titans. But the big picture here, the big question here is, if Diana wasn't just carrying the water for Mike Evans' agent, And they probably didn't make it up. Who knows how strong the interest was, but the Titans probably did reach out about Mike Evans. If that's the case, does that mean that the Titans are going big game hunting in free agency? Does that mean that as much as they've conditioned the Boohoo Rand crew to think that the Titans aren't entitled to sign any good free agents, and we have to hope for crap bums like Darnell Mooney, that they might actually go sign somebody good? Because the Miami Dolphins today let it be known that they're not going to franchise tag Christian Wilkins. And he is a bad boy in the interior of the defensive line. And you have a need in the interior of the defensive line because Tier Tart ain't coming back. So, I mean, if the Titans are talking to Mike Evans, or if they're interested in Mike Evans, the question then has to be, who are they not interested in? Because as I've been telling you all, they've got the money. No matter how many podcasts they do where they talk about cheaping out on $1 or $2 million, like I'm telling you, they've got the money. And if they were talking to Mike Evans, clearly they were prepared to write a check. So just keep that in mind. But, man, Evans was the guy that when I did this homework yesterday and I sat down, Evans was the guy who I went over basically left tackle, wide receiver, and center. I haven't done the corners yet. Man, Evans was, it's hard to turn him down. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. We'll get back into the Titans. 615-737-1025. Coming up next, Vol basketball. You know I like to pick on Vol basketball, especially this month out of the year. But there's something about this Vols team I saw Saturday that maybe has me thinking something different may be on the horizon. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Spring Hill Heating and Cooling Studios. So because the Preds game was at 5 o'clock on Saturday, I got home around 8 o'clock maybe. And I think there was maybe 11 minutes to go in the first half when I flipped on the Vols in Alabama. And that was a great basketball game on Saturday night. I mean, I have been begging for this when it comes to the SEC. When I was a kid, SEC basketball this time of year ruled the land. And we'll have a gazillion Kentucky fans show up for the SEC basketball tournament in a couple of weeks, but it's not the same. And you all know that. You all know it's just not the same. Like back then, Florida was winning national titles with Billy Donovan. Kentucky was still relevant. Tennessee had Bruce Pearl. Vandy was actually good with Shane Foster and Derek Byers. And it hasn't necessarily been the same. But on Saturday, number 4 Tennessee, number 11 Alabama, it was a war. And Tennessee came out ahead. And they came out ahead with Dalton Knecht scoring 13 points. Now, Tennessee beat Auburn earlier in the week at home, thanks to Dalton Knecht's 39 points. And I saw that and kind of brushed it off. Now, Dalton Knecht looked like Michael Jordan out there on the court against Auburn earlier in the week, but I brushed it off because I believe the Tennessee Volunteers fall into this trap and their fans fall into it every year, which is Tennessee wins a bunch of games at home, a bunch of big SEC games at home. They get this weird sense of security that all of a sudden they're going to be able to go win in March when they play on neutral courts. And then they don't. And you guys know me. I love that every March we have this arc, right? Tennessee fans are excited for basketball because they're number 8 in the country or whatever it may be, and they've won some games, and then Rick Barnes does something like wins the SEC. And Tennessee fans and Joe Rexrode's hopes just skyrocket. You know, every March this time of year, Tennessee fans are screaming on Twitter, mad at Joe Lunardi, because apparently Joe Lunardi every year has them 1 seed level worse than they think they should be. So if Lunardi has them as a 3, they think they should be a 2. Right now, Lunardi, at least as of yesterday, had them as a 2. They think they should be a 1. Every year it happens. Then they get into the tournament. Everybody who's not a Tennessee fan laughs and says, okay, here comes the Rick Barnes special. Tennessee fans deny it. And then Tennessee loses to Scarbini State wearing the white uniforms. Every year. Folks, I think this year's different. I really do. And it's not about the coach. It's about what I saw Saturday night out of that basketball team on the road. They could beat the 1990 Chicago Bulls at Thompson Bowling Arena. They could beat anybody there. It's apparently the hardest place to play in college basketball. But Saturday's game wasn't at TBA. It was in Tuscaloosa. And that crowd was on fire. And Nick Saban was there, and Justin Thomas was there, and that was a marquee victory. And not only was it a marquee victory on the road in a hostile environment against a good team, but it was without Dalton Knecht carrying the team to victory. So I think this year really might be different. I truly believe that Tennessee is a national title contender. I really think it. Now, that doesn't mean that I think they're going to win the national championship, but I think they are a title contender. I haven't watched enough of UConn and the rest of the Big East. I haven't seen Arizona play. I don't know anything about Houston other than they're coached by Kelvin Sampson. I don't know anything about that. So I don't know how good Houston is, so what that means for a potential matchup with the Vols. But I do think that when I watch this Tennessee team play, they're not losing to crap bum State in the second round of the tournament. Like if they get one of these, 10 seeds that is a decent school that's having a year, they'll beat them. Like they're not gonna choke this year. And there's 3 reasons why this Tennessee basketball team I think is different. The first, Dalton Knecht is like the white Michael Jordan. I mean, every single game I watch this guy play, I used to call him Larry Bird. The first game I watched Tennessee play this year, they played North Carolina. I think it was in November. I turned on the TV. I literally clicked the TV, and I'm like, who the hell is this Larry Bird out there? Because this guy is incredible. And I texted Robbie, because, you know, Robbie's a big UT homer. And I texted Robbie, and I said, who is this Larry Bird that is out there playing for the Vols? And he was like, oh, yeah, that's Dalton Knecht, a new transfer. Joe loves him. I'm like, this guy's awesome. And so I was calling him Larry Bird for the first 3/4 of the season. No. He's Michael Jordan. And so while Tennessee's had good players before, and they've had good teams before, especially, you know, this Rick Barnes era, I don't think they've ever had this player before. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that Tennessee plays incredible defense. This team, defensively, they did it at Kentucky, and they did it this week against Alabama on the road. First of all, that Adu in the middle of the paint, he is a freaking horse. My dad and I were talking after the game on Saturday, and he said, I don't understand why Alabama kept settling on the perimeter. And I'm like, it's because they can't go inside because Adu is so big and so long that, like, you cannot get a shot over that guy. And then they've got Jemai Meshack out on the perimeter, and I think he is as good of an on-ball defender as anybody maybe in the country. And so when you've got a good defensive team, that travels. And that matters in the NCAA tournament. You can have a bad night shooting the ball. Dalton Knecht had 13 points. You can get in foul trouble. But if you're a good defensive team, and between Adu and Meshack, and that is a good defensive team. If you're a good defensive team, that travels. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is this. On Saturday, and even on, I think it was, Thursday when they played Auburn? I can't remember.
Maybe
Thursday, Wednesday. Yeah. They played Auburn last week. They play as a team. 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 So if Dalton Knecht has to take over a game, every single guy on that team understands. Nobody on that team is worried about, well, Dalton Knecht's getting all the shots. You can see it in how they play. Between the way Ziegler operates, Vescovy when he's in the game, those guys, and sure, I mean, they're getting their shots too. But they are a total team. They know how to play defense. They rebound like a team. I think some of this is because, you know, Ziegler and Josiah Jordan-James have been there for about 45 years. I think they were there before the three-point line came into college basketball.
Vescovy, too.
Those guys, I mean, those guys played with Ernie and Bernie. I mean, that's how long this has been. But they play as a team. And again, I didn't play college basketball, and I'm not claiming to have done this. But I have been with a team that went to the Final Four and went to the national championship game. So I think I can kind of speak on this a little bit. When every single person on a team in college basketball is pulling the rope in the same direction, and everybody on the team understands who the best players are, and everybody in the organization understands why the coach is putting each player in the position he's putting them in. Like, if everybody knows that Jemai Meshack is the best on-ball defender they have, and Rick Barnes puts him in the game, Vescovy is not going to sit on that bench, and he is not going to complain about why Meshack is in the game. He understands. If every shot is going to Dalton Knecht, they understand. When I was at Louisville in 2009, that was how we were built. And we ended up in the national championship game. And nobody, once we got into the tournament, nobody didn't understand the rotation, didn't understand what their job was, didn't understand what their role was. And we had a true superstar. Now, Angel McCoughtry on that team went number 1 in the draft. And everybody on the team, nobody cared that she was getting all of the shots. Nobody. And that's what I see with this Tennessee basketball team. So I'm just going to tell you right now, as much as I like to pick on Tennessee, as much as I love the fact that Rick Barnes craps his pants every single year, this team might be different. Like, this team might win the national championship. And I haven't met a single Tennessee fan that I have told this to who hasn't been incredibly, well, I mean, I'm trying not to get my hopes up, and I understand. As a Braves fan, a Titans fan, I get it. But this is a very, very, very good basketball team. 615-737-1025, and they have earned my respect. And again, you know how I like to get on them. So if you got a thought on the Vols after Saturday, get it in. 615-737-1025 here on the program. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Boy, they must be incredibly happy. They're proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. The Predators have won 8 in a row. The Vols are on fire, and Vandy baseball had a great weekend down there in Houston. And that's good because this month is Happy's Golden Ticket Sweepstakes at Hiller. Enter to win at HillerGoldenTicket.com. All you have to do is enter your email, and you're automatically entered to win. The prizes include a $5,000 Hiller gift card, a $1,000 Hiller gift card, or one of 10 Happy Hiller Club memberships. Take advantage of zero-interest financing for 48 months on select new HVAC systems or 36 months on tankless water heaters and whole home generators. Do not miss out. Enter to win now. Again, that website is HillerGoldenTicket.com. Again, if you end up with one of those free Happy Hiller Club memberships, you will be happy because I am a member of the Happy Hiller Club, and I love it. So that's HillerGoldenTicket.com. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Face truck today.
You've talked a lot about how this team is more than Dalton. Just how pleasing was it to win with everybody contributing the way they did tonight?
Well, we've got a lot of these guys that have been with us for a long time, and they've been in games like this. And obviously, we've got the utmost respect for Nate and his staff and what he's done with this program and his time here. And we knew it was going to be a difficult game if we could stay in it for as long as we could, and knowing how explosive they can be. But Jemai Meshack and Santi and Josiah, guys that have been around for a long time, they made a lot of plays, especially defensively. Josiah getting on the glass, and Z does what he does, but both teams had to deal with foul trouble early in the game. We wanted to try to go inside as much as we could, but they did a terrific job of warding that off. But our older guys were the ones that the guys who have been in these type situations were the ones that really stayed in there with us and helped us at the end.
Josiah Jordan-James in his 10th season at Tennessee, along with Zakai Ziegler, who I think's in his 8th season, those guys really did help them out on Saturday night. So, I already said, I haven't watched Connecticut, Arizona, the Big East, Houston. So I can't tell you, is Tennessee the best team? I have no idea. I wouldn't be able to be, I couldn't tell you. But I do think this is a Tennessee team that can win it all. And if they blow it, so if they get to the Elite Eight, Lenardi has them, at least yesterday when I looked at it, Lenardi had them as the second seed in the South region, where they would go to Dallas for the regional and they would play Houston. So if they play Houston and Dallas and they lose in the Elite Eight, well, they didn't reach the goal or they didn't max out what they were capable of. If, in fact, them maxing out is what I think them maxing out is, or what many of you probably think them maxing out is, that's one thing. But if they make it to the tournament and they end up getting beat by Nowhere State, I don't even think that I will enjoy this. And we're talking about somebody who 3 years ago, discussed betting $1,000 on the money line for Oregon State to beat them straight up in the tournament. And then I was in tears when I didn't bet it and they lost. It just crushed me. So I'm looking at Lenardi's bracket right now. Apparently in the South region, which is where Tennessee would be, and they'd end up in Dallas. Let's say Lenardi's region right. Tennessee beats Fairfield in the first round and would play Texas Tech and Charlotte. If they lose to 7th-seeded Texas Tech, and I don't know anything about Texas Tech, but if they lose to Texas Tech, that would be such an unmitigated heartbreak for Vols fans with this team. And because I like watching this team play so much, I don't even think I could gloat about, I've told you guys every year about Rick Barnes. I don't even think I could enjoy doing that. Now, I will do that. We will have another yearly referendum on Rick Barnes, but even for me, that'd be a little painful. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com. Kenneth says, I'm really curious how they could be a 2 seed and ranked number 4 in the country, especially playing in the SEC this year. Now, there are a lot of factors that go into this. There's the net rankings and all the other strength of schedule and whatever. So here's how it works, okay? They're number 4 in the country according to the AP. They are not the number 4 in the country according to the people who make that decision. At least we don't know if they are number 4 or not. In the Lenardi bracket, it seems to me like Houston would be the 4th seed and Tennessee would be the 5th seed. And I actually think that being the 5th seed and playing in Dallas against Houston would be better than being a 1 seed and having to go to Los Angeles and then making Arizona the number 2 seed out there, and now you're playing Arizona in LA. Could be wrong, but I wouldn't get too caught up in that. But, man, it is a yearly thing where Tennessee fans just bitch about Joe Lenardi. I got Caroline's boyfriend texting me, who is one of the smartest guys I know on every subject except Tennessee sports. Ian, you know Dylan.
Yeah.
Smart dude. successful dude, like big-time grad school, like guru.
They got the orange glasses.
But, I mean, you get him talking about Tennessee, and it's like, sometimes I don't know how she does it. I'll be honest with you. But, I mean, he texted me the other day bitching about Lenardi. And it's a yearly thing where Tennessee fans just, they get so into – and it's always one spot. It's always one spot. It's never like Lenardi has us as a 4 and we think we should be a 2. It's always Lenardi has us as a 3 and we just won the SEC and he won't move us up to being a 2. Screw you, Lenardi. And then the committee comes out and they make him a 3. If Lenardi says you're a 2, it doesn't mean you're going to be a 2. But if Lenardi says you're a 2, it's not a bias against you that Lenardi has you as a 2. I'm just saying. Every time. This happens every year. One texter says the team that everybody wants to discount, even now, is South Carolina. Especially compared to the previous Volunteers who could do no wrong. That game in Columbia on Wednesday night, Jared, the Gamecocks have already beaten the Vols on the road. Just don't forget about the Garnet and Black, baby. They play excellent basketball. They are poised, and they play within themselves. Scott, I'll take your word on it. I know they're having a good season, and they're about to pay the coach $1 gazillion, which for every school like mine, where half the fan base says, oh, you have to give the coach more time. It's like, nah, not at South Carolina. Caleb says this was an important win for the Vols. If Dalton Connect is having an off night, it's good to know that the Vols can come together and still beat a high-ranked team. See, I don't think that they can get through the tournament with Connect having an off night every night. I think he can have one off night in the tournament or run into one game plan, whereas one team's got just a great on-ball defender or just a great, 6'7" guy with length who can cover Connect and make his life miserable, and then the other guys are going to have to pull it out. Just like how Michael Jordan wasn't the leading scorer in every Bulls playoff victory. He was just the leading scorer in most of them. But again, this is going to ride on Connect. And Connect really is. How did nobody know of this guy? At Scarbini State, where he was. And all of a sudden, he's going to go number 3 in the draft. How did that happen? Like, I don't. I mean, like Joe Burrow had a season at LSU where he went from a 6th round pick to the number 1 pick. But people still knew who Joe Burrow was. I liked Joe Burrow as a quarterback when he was at LSU, and they were okay. And they were like an 8-win team before they had the year where they were incredible. Dustin in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, who I believe is a UK. Oh, no, this isn't about. I thought this was about. Oh, my God. I thought this was about the Vols. Dustin in Hopkinsville, Kentucky is a UK homer, so I thought. The Cats. Heck, the Cats have gotten scary good lately. They're a team that could win it all. Our defense is legit. Don't be overlooking the Cats now, Jared. Okay. Sorry, Dustin, this ain't about you. Okay? This ain't about UK. I ain't worried about UK. I think Calipari is a bum. I think it's time for him to go. And all that other stuff, you do that on your own time. Texter says, do you think Connect will have problems with fouls in the tournament? He seems to be struggling a bit on defense. No, I do not. They do not call the game the same way in the tournament that they call it in the regular season. Cameron says the Vols don't lose the first game. It's always the round of 32, and they've only gone one and done once. Well, that's why I said it. They're going to beat Fairfield, according to Lenardi's bracket. They're going to do that, but they're not going to, again, like I think they're going to beat, again, this is Lenardi's bracket. I think they're going to beat Texas Tech this year, but in the past, that's the kind of game that they'd screw up. That's all I'm going to say. Texter says, Tennessee fans don't care about basketball. That's why they said before Rick Barnes. Oh, that's what they said before Rick Barnes. Well, they care now, just like they care about baseball. And here's the thing. This is why Barnes is best coach in Tennessee. Like, he is a perfect fit for Tennessee. And here's why. Because this time of the year, there's no football. And there's no football recruiting really, and there's no football. And so Tennessee fans are distracted with basketball. Tennessee's good. And these games are great. And if Tennessee, let's say Tennessee does blow it, which I don't think is going to happen this year. I think this team's too good, but I'm not going to rule it out because, well, we've seen this with Tennessee time and time again. So let's say they lose to Texas Tech in the second round of the tournament. Then what will happen is Tennessee fans will be mad for 24 hours, and then they'll move on to baseball, which they just discovered 3 years ago. They didn't even know that was a sport. It was America's pastime, but in Knoxville, they're like, what's this with sticks and the little white ball? And I mean, what are we? No, not golf. It's a different sport. And so they'll turn their attention to baseball, which they just discovered because they're good at it now, and on they go. Football, they'd be going nuts. But I don't think even the staunchest Tennessee basketball fan would tell you that they're not still a football school. I mean, come on now. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. We got some breaking news out of the NFL that I think is the least surprising news of all time. We'll get to that coming up. Window Nation. That's right. I absolutely love Window Nation, and they're online at windownation.com. March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If your windows are cracked or leaking and they won't open or they won't stay open, when we have days like we've had the last couple of weeks where it was like 40 degrees and then it was like 70 degrees, and today is what I call a BT day, a boat teasing day, where it's too cold at this time of the year to go on the boat, but it's so nice outside that all I think about is how bad I want to go on the boat. That can be bad for your home. Because all of a sudden it's going to get cold at night, and that cold air is going to come in, and you're going to wake up in the middle of the night. You're going to have to crank your heat up. You're going to have to turn it down when you wake up. It's awful, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you have those problems, you need to replace your windows right now. And lucky for you, Window Nation can do it, and they can do it for you and make it affordable. Right now, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. And with that proven quality and service, there is no wonder why thousands have trusted Window Nation. And I trust Window Nation for one specific reason, because I brought Window Nation out to my home for the free in-home estimate, and they did not advise that I replace any of my windows. And you might say, Jared, why is that a big deal? It is because if they wanted to make the sale, they would have found something wrong. But they didn't. They're honest, and that's what I love about them. Again, 0 down, 0 interest, no payments for 24 months, and buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 windows for free. Do not miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule that free in-home estimate today.
So to that, you bring up the Broncos there, Charles. So how does Russell Wilson factor into all this? Will he be a starter this year, or what? How do you view what his future could look like in the league?
I think he'll be. I think it's going to be similar to what we saw materialize over the course of last offseason. Like, let's see what chairs are left after, the combine, the free agency. I don't think he's definitely not going to be in Washington, he's not going to be in Denver. I don't know why I still see people are like, well, maybe they'll keep him. No, he's not going to be in Denver. I have no idea why that would even occur at this point. He doesn't want to be there. It's clear that the coaching staff wants to move on. So, I think it's going to depend on, again, when we look at those, second tier teams, where could he potentially fall? What opportunities are there? I still would not rule out, Washington, New England, maybe one of these teams. If Russ does not have a really big market, I would not rule out one of these teams potentially taking a quarterback and then fishing around Russ as a potential bridge.
That was Charles Robinson on Robbie and Rex Road, and the news is now official. Russell Wilson has been released by the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos saying in a statement today, we spoke with Russell Wilson to inform him of his release after the start of the league year. On behalf of the Broncos, we thank Russell for his contributions and dedication to our team and community while wishing him the best as he continues his career. As we move forward, we are focused on building the strongest team possible for 2024 and beyond. We are all excited to improve this offseason. We have flexibility to get through the draft and free agency. So do you know what's very important there about that last line? Ian, do you hear that? We are excited to improve this offseason. We have flexibility to get through the draft and free agency. What's the note there?
The cap.
We'll be able to say, I know we're taking on $85 million in dead money, but we'll still be able to sign free agents. You want to know why, folks? You want to know why? Ian, why don't you tell the fine folks at home why?
Oh, please enlighten us.
Because cap's fake. Okay? I can't wait. I told Gentry Estes yesterday, I said, I hope. Now, it looks like Chris Jones is going to re-sign in Kansas City, but I hope the Saints or the Broncos or the Chargers or the Bills, one of these teams that just, Jared, the dead cap, how are they going to do it? I just hope one of these teams signs a marquee free agent. I do. Like signs Chris Jones or Christian Wilkins or, they're all gone now, right? Like they're all either tagged or Mike Evans signed today or whatever. I hope they sign a marquee free agent. Now, to Denver. Here's where it's important for us that Russell Wilson has been released. There's only so many quarterbacks to go around. And I think it's pretty obvious it's going to be 1, 2, 3 at the top, right? So it's going to be Caleb Williams, number 1, Drake May, number 2, Jaden Daniels, number 3. I think it's that simple. I think that's what it's going to be. J.J. McCarthy supposedly knocked all these scouts dead this week with how well he did at the combine. I didn't see it, so I couldn't tell you about it, but that's the scuttlebutt. That there's a lot of talk that J.J. McCarthy's won a lot of people over and that he's the 4th quarterback. Now, Penix, there's mixed reviews. But to me, it's 3 plus 1. It's the 3 that are going 1, 2, 3, and McCarthy's going in the top 12. Whether or not you like it, and I don't necessarily do, just based off of what I saw him do at college, I have not evaluated the quarterback market, but I think McCarthy is for sure going within the top 12. Here's why Denver's important. Because Atlanta is at 8, Minnesota is at 11, Denver is at 12, the Raiders are at 13, New Orleans is at 14, and Seattle is at 16. And long term, Ian, what do none of these teams have right now? Atlanta, Minnesota, Denver, the Raiders, New Orleans, and Seattle.
Quarterback.
A long-term quarterback. And where are you picking? In front of Atlanta at 8. So if it's 1, 2, 3, and there's one quarterback left, well, I'm at 7. And Atlanta's at 8. And if Atlanta doesn't sign Kirk Cousins, and I don't know if they will or if they don't, but if Atlanta doesn't sign Kirk Cousins, and I am sitting there with that 7th pick, and everybody thinks Atlanta's waiting for a quarterback, and we know it's not going to be Desmond Ridder, and we know Terry Fontenot, the general manager who drafted Desmond Ridder, he's not going to stick with him. We know they're going to do something. If Atlanta pulls the trigger and everybody thinks they're going to go quarterback, all of a sudden, Minnesota, Denver, the Raiders, New Orleans, Seattle, you want to get to number 7, you better give me a fortune. And the further down you go, the more you got to give me. Because I'll probably be able to take Olu Fashionow with that 7th pick. I don't think Joe Alt's going to be available. I think Joe Alt has priced himself out of the market. I think he's gone before the 7th pick. But if I trade with Seattle at 16, I'm probably losing both tackles. And then I probably end up with a right tackle, C.J. Latham or Guyton out of Oklahoma instead of my right tackle, which would be very, very concerning. So in order to get me to move, you're going to have to move heaven and earth in order to get that deal done. Like if Seattle were to call me and they were to want to move 16, they were going to want to move from 16 to 7 to draft J.J. McCarthy. If they were going to want to do that, you might have to include Charles Cross in the deal, your young right tackle. You may have to include that and give me your 16th pick and give me your 2nd rounder next year. They'd never do that, but that's what it would take. And so Denver today cutting Russell Wilson, that's not a surprise. Once they fired Russ at the end of last year, when they benched him, you knew it was over. At that point, there was no more going back. And so I don't know what happens next for Russell Wilson. I don't particularly care. I don't think he's very good. I think he's a pain in the ass, and I think he's got too big of a head. But I do think that Denver is now for sure looking quarterback, and I think for sure they're looking long-term, and the only guy who might be available to them is McCarthy, and they may have to trade with you in order to get him. Lord, please let the Denver Broncos sign a high-end free agent this year so that I can shut Joe Rexrode and all them up with all these cap people out there. Oh, and by the way, congratulations to John Robinson. Titans Twitter has been going crazy about, we have the most dead cap money in the league. Oh, Jared, it's awful. John Robinson screwed us. Well, now Russell Wilson has more than doubled the amount of dead cap money that you are going to have, so maybe just quiet down a little. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. A big fish literally has hit the market. Should the Titans be interested? We'll do that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5-1063, The Game.
My number one thing is adding playmakers to our team, whether that's offensively, defensively. Just looking to bring people in that love football, that want to be in our place. I mean, if you look at the way our coaching staff was built, we got some of the best coaches available. I think a lot of guys had other offers and could have been in other places but chose to be with us. And that's the talent part about who they are. But if you look at who they are as people and their passion for the game, I think it resonates and it's going to permeate throughout our locker room.
There you go. That was Rand Carthon saying we want playmakers. Good. I want playmakers too. So today, Mike Evans, who according to Diana Rossini, the Titans were interested in, Mike Evans re-signed in Tampa Bay. So if they were looking at playmakers, he is off the market. So how many other big-time playmakers are there that the Titans could potentially sign? It sounds like Chris Jones, my dream, Ian. Sounds like that's over. It sounds like he's going to resign in Kansas City, which I can't believe how the F minor owner, how the F minus owner. Why is that I having such a hard time getting that out? I can't understand how the F minus owner, who is a total cheap ass and wouldn't pay Tyreek Hill and wouldn't pay all these other guys and wouldn't pay Chris Jones before the start of last season when it would have lowered his cap hit. Why he wouldn't do that then, but I guess he'll do it now. Probably because Chris Jones helped win them another Super Bowl, and Jones is not as important as Mahomes, but he's pretty close. But there is a name that is now going on the market, and that is Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle from the Miami Dolphins. Now, I think the Dolphins are making a horrendous mistake here. The reason why the Dolphins are not franchising Christian Wilkins is because they're going to give Tua Tagovailoa $50 million a year, which if you've ever listened to this show, you know that I wouldn't do. But that's their business, not mine. Enter Christian Wilkins. See, Christian Wilkins, unlike Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons, and Danico Autry, he is a true straight-up DT. Like, that's what he is. He's pretty good. 9 sacks last year, and he's very consistent. And so people are texting into the text line, and they're saying, Jared, should the Titans go after Christian Wilkins? My answer is yes. According to Pro Football Focus, the expectation for Christian Wilkins is a 4-year, $100 million contract, which would be $25 million a season, with $67 million guaranteed. So 2.5 years basically guaranteed of a $100 million contract. Why would I not do that? Again, if I was going to give Chris Jones 32, 34, 35 million, why would I not give Christian Wilkins, who had 9 sacks last season and would be just, again, another wrecking ball next to Jeffrey Simmons, why would I not give him $25 million a season? And on top of it, I mean, when it comes to the PFF grades, Christian Wilkins might actually be a better player than Jeffrey Simmons. You know, Simmons, according to PFF last year, had a 68.4 grade. Wilkins was 74.9. The year before, Simmons was 81. Wilkins was 85. The year before, Simmons was 71. Wilkins was 83. So Wilkins actually, according to Pro Football Focus, grades out better than Jeffrey Simmons. He also has better pass rush grades than Jeffrey Simmons. So while, again, we talked last week about the idea of whether or not, you know, would Jeffrey Simmons be okay if Chris Jones came in and made way more money than him, the similar argument can be made for Wilkins. The thing the Titans have to do is the Titans have to be big game hunting. The Titans have to be going after good players. See, that cut from Rand right there was not, we're interested in run-of-the-mill guys that you could probably get on the third week of free agency. I thought Chris Moore had a good season last year for the Titans. I think Chris Moore is a solid player. But you ain't going to get better by adding Chris Moore, right? ESPN had a report from the Combine, and it was a loose report more than it was, I'm hearing the Titans are really interested in Darnell Mooney, but there has been talk from ESPN, it was Graziano and Jeremy Fowler, that were writing about, hey, we're hearing the Titans could be interested in Darnell Mooney, and I guess they were hearing that the Titans could be interested in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Well, here's the problem with that. Darnell Mooney's not very good, right? Like, again, when I went over the free agent board yesterday, I did do a deep dive into Darnell Mooney, and some of this might be Justin Fields' fault for not being very good, But, Darnell Mooney is a slot receiver. He played 65% of the slot and only had 3 deep receptions in 2023. He drops the football. He's got a quarterback rating of 56.2 when he's targeted. I mean, he had 13 deep targets last season. You are not a Darnell Mooney away from competing. If you want a slot receiver, go sign Tyler Boyd. But I don't even think you're a Tyler Boyd away from being able to compete. So, again, when it comes to Darnell Mooney, you can go get a Darnell Mooney whenever you want. When it comes to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, have you seen the free agent safety market? It's like everybody in the league has realized safety's not that valuable, and they're cutting them all, and they're all going to be available, and you can wait until week 3 of free agency to go out and get the guy you want to pair with Amani Hooker. Those guys are not going to get the Titans back into relevance. Good players are going to get the Titans back to relevance. And it starts in the draft, and I know that, and so do all of you. But again, you can't spend all year bragging about cap space and say, oh, fans, have faith because we've got cap space. We've got the best relationship GM there is out there, and we've got cap space. What's the message there? The message is we are going to get good players this year. You can't come home with Darnell Mooney. You got to come home with Chris Jones or Mike Evans or Christian Wilkins, or you got to go get a good player. And so, again, not that I've watched the tape, so I can't tell you what I've seen myself, but based off the PFF data, Christian Wilkins is a better player than Jeffrey Simmons. So why would I not want to pair Jeffrey Simmons with a player who is better than Jeffrey Simmons? Why would I not want to do that? And let me just say this for everybody out there. Can we please stop making excuses for the Titans? I have heard more pre-apologizing or pre-excuse making for the Titans than I have heard for anything, I think, ever. It's like Titan fans are just expecting to have their hearts broken in free agency, to be completely let down by the organization when they spent all year, October on, talking about cap space, cap space, cap space. And now it's like, oh, Jared, we can't spend all the money in one place, Jared. We have to plan for the future. We can't sign any good players. Why? Stop making excuses for them. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. So I did start the free agency board. And there is one thing that came of this that, quite frankly, I don't like it, but it's reality. It's not what I want to be true, but it is what is true. And we'll get to that next. Stillman and Company right here on 102.5, 106.3 The Game. I promised that we would be giving away a pair of tickets for the Predators and the Montreal Canadiens earlier today in the show. And I gave you guys a special keyword to listen for. So if you were listening, and you're listening now, be the first caller at 615-737-1025, and you've got to give Ian that keyword. And if you give Ian that keyword, you will be seeing the Predators take on the Montreal Canadiens tomorrow at Bridgestone Arena. And it is college night with fans from Austin Peay showing their pride as part of the College Theme Night series with themed tickets, including a branded college and Preds hat. Good luck on that. We'll see you at the game tomorrow. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Spring Hill Heating and Cooling Studios. Ian, I got into it today with Titans Twitter.
Oh, boy.
I mean, they just...
What'd you do this time?
I didn't do anything. Somebody tweeted out, this thing that was like, for Titan fans thinking that they can fix the offensive line in one offseason, that's not possible, or something like that. And I'm like, look, folks, Rand Carthon better try to fix that offensive line, because if he doesn't fix that offensive line, he's going to be fired. Like, he is going to be fired if he doesn't fix the offensive line. And you guys are like, no, wait, that's preposterous, Jared. How can you expect Rand to fix the team in one offseason? I'm not. This is his second offseason. Titan fans want to pretend that that's not the case, but it is. See, and this is the difference between believing what is real and believing what you want to believe because it makes you feel better. And that's what I learned yesterday when I started working on the free agency board. So on Friday or Thursday, I haven't decided this week, but it'll probably be on Friday. On Friday, we will have the official Jared Stillman free agency plan. And what I have done is I have decided to put together the free agency board, which means I got to go over all these guys that are free agents, and I've got to figure out who's good, who's not, who's reliable, who I can spend money on, and who I shouldn't. And so what I did when I began this process yesterday, because with the 2 hockey games, the messy soccer game on Thursday, with all the things we got going on this week, the trade deadline on Friday, with everything, I was like, I need to go ahead and get some work done. So what I did was I took the Titans' needs and I put them into 3 separate categories. The top priority, the second priority, and the third priority. The third priority we can wait on. We'll get to it when we get there. Second priority, not exactly right away, got to have it, but it's important. And then top priority, left tackle, wide receiver, corner, right tackle, and center. Like, you got to have a center in 2 weeks. Like, I'm sorry, it's just reality. So I started with left tackle because that is probably the most important position. And I ranked these guys by their Pro Football Focus grades, and then I went through and I did the homework on each of them. How many games does this guy play? How much is he injured? How many snaps does he have at left tackle? How many snaps does he have playing guard? What are his grades? What are, when does he make the Pro Bowl? That kind of stuff. And at left tackle, there are 5 potential candidates. And they are all incredibly flawed. Again, we can talk about cap space and pretend that the cap's real, and we can talk about cash spent, which the Titans are 32nd in the league, and so we know they have money, but there has to be a left tackle to be able to spend that money on. And in reality, I agree with Brian Callahan's general philosophy, which is I'd rather have the guys that can put the ball in the end zone than the guys that can block for the quarterback. But at the end of the day, the Titans are going to have a left tackle. And there's just not any real option in free agency. The top option is probably Tyron Smith of the Dallas Cowboys. The problem is Tyron Smith is about 85 years old. And I think the Dallas Cowboys have squeezed every drop of juice out of that orange. It was announced over the weekend that Tyron Smith wouldn't be coming back to the Cowboys, and Titan fans on Twitter were, what do you think? Do you think? Hey, he worked with Brian Callahan or Bill Callahan in 2014. Tyron Smith is a massive injury risk. Tyron Smith had 271 snaps in 2022. He played 13 games last year. He played 11 games the year before that, or in 2021, 4 games in 2022. It'd be great on paper if they signed Tyron Smith. The problem is he hasn't played a full season of football since 2015. So I'm going to pay my starting left tackle $13 million, and I know that half the season I'm going to be stuck with PT or Jalen Duncan out there because Tyron Smith's going to get hurt. That doesn't work for me. He's out. The second option is Trent Brown of the New England Patriots. Now, he's 30 years old, and he can play both tackle spots. In his career, he's got 3,000 snaps at left tackle and 3,100 at right tackle. He does have a history with Rand Carthon. They were both in San Francisco in 2017. And while he missed 6 games last year, he did play a lot in 2022. And on top of it, he only played in 8 games in 21 and 12 games in 2020. Now, he played in all 17 in 2022, but again, he's not exactly present. Again, if he's out for 6 games, that's 6 games with PT at left tackle. He only committed 2 penalties last year, which is good, and no penalties in 2021. Here's the problem. He's got character issues. When he was with the Raiders, he ended up being cut, or I guess technically traded to the Patriots, but basically cut, because his weight got up to 400 pounds. When does Trent Brown work hard? When Trent Brown's looking for money. If the Titans could sign Trent Brown to a 1-year deal with incentives, then that'd be great. The problem is they can't, because there's only one left tackle on the market that's any good, him, and there's about 17 teams that need a left tackle. So do you want to spend a bunch of money, a 3-year contract, 2 years which are guaranteed, probably at about $20 million a season for this guy? Do you want to do that knowing that he's got character issues, may not love football, and again, at one point, his weight was up to 400 pounds? It's probably not a great option. Jonah Williams does have the Brian Callahan connection from Cincinnati. He will most likely sign on day one because, again, there are no tackles out there. So you're probably looking at $40 million guaranteed if you sign this guy. 8 sacks allowed last year on the right side, 13 sacks allowed in 2022 on the left side, and 10 sacks allowed in 2021. Ian, do I need to go further than that, or is that enough on
I think
him?
that's pretty good.
I mean, and last year, he had bad grades, and he was worse on the right side than he was on the left side. But he had bad grades last year against Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Cleveland, Baltimore, and Houston. You know the teams that have Myles Garrett and Will Anderson and T.J. Watt and Josh Allen. You know, the teams that have good pass rushers. Donovan Smith from Kansas City, he missed 5 games last year, 4 games the year before. He only allowed 3 sacks last year, which isn't bad. 1 sack allowed in the playoffs, but he's a horrendous run blocker, and again, he's probably not going to be interested in going to the Titans. And the other option at left tackle on the board is Mekhi Becton, a 24-year-old, a 2020 first-rounder out of Louisville, and he's got massive character and availability concerns. Now, he played 16 games this past year at left tackle for the Jets, and he's got 1,600 career snaps. The problem is he didn't play at all in 2022, and he played 1 game in 2021. He also had 18 penalties last year. Like Dylan Radins didn't have 18 penalties last year. And he allowed 12 sacks in 2023. Radins, by comparison, allowed 5 sacks. Now, Radins didn't play as much, but again, we're talking 12 sacks in 2023. He does get, there's one little caveat for the benefit of the doubt that I'm willing to give him, which is in his 1 full season in 2020, well, he's had 2 full seasons, 2020 and 2023. In 2020, he graded out well, and he had a decent season. And in 2023, he was coached by Keith Carter on the offensive line, and we all know Keith Carter sucks. So at least there's that. But he's also got character issues and weight issues as well. And I'll tell you, I know from the word on the street is that he is lazy. So when it comes to trying to find a left tackle, those are your choices. Your other choice is to use the 7th overall draft pick on the left tackle. And I hate this because if you don't draft the best player, somebody else will, and you're going to have to play against him. If Malik Neighbors ends up as good as I think he's going to be, and you don't draft him, you will regret that. Even if Olu Fashanu ends up as a decent left tackle. But the reality of how the NFL works is, if you're good enough to start at tackle, specifically left tackle, from the first day that you're drafted, you're off the board by pick 13. That's just how this league works. Some guys get drafted in the 4th round and they develop into decent players, but usually they don't start year 1. And if they do start year 1, it's a fluke. You got lucky. If you want a tackle to start year one, that guy probably has to go within the top 14 picks of the draft. And so the Titans are stuck. There's no left tackle out there that is any good in free agency that they can sign that is good or reliable, and you have to use the 7th pick if you want one. And I tried. I wanted there to be a guy they could sign. I wanted there to be a guy I could talk you into. There is not. The 7th pick has to be used on a left tackle. And if it's not, you're going to get Will Levis killed. 615-737-1025. We'll get to your phones on that, 615-737-1025. And I know a lot of you have anxiety about the offensive line. And I know a lot of you guys say things like, oh, we got to fix the O-line. It doesn't matter who's a wide receiver if we don't fix the O-line. And I know, again, the sentiment is this is Rand's first offseason, not his second offseason, which, again, is not true. But that's your sentiment. So how does Rand fix that offensive line in one offseason? Well, I'll tell you what they have to do. They may not do it, but I will tell you exactly what they have to do, and we'll do that next here on the program. Twice daily. I absolutely love Twice Daily. Twice Daily, that is my go-to convenience store of choice because I am a member of the Twice Daily Rewards program, and you should be too. Just download the Twice Daily White Bison app and sign up for the rewards and start saving money instantly. And Twice Daily has your cravings. So try their new wraps like Italian ham and cheddar, turkey and Swiss, and Nashville hot chicken. They're made to order with your favorite toppings, and you can download the Twice Daily app to order ahead. And did somebody mention snacks? Because at Twice Daily, it is snack time all the time. And they have your favorites like chicken fingers, tater rounds, and the brand new pretzels. Salted, garlic parmesan, and cinnamon sugar. So download the Twice Daily app and join the loyalty program and unlock to order special discount savings and so much more. If you're not a member of the app, you go right to the kiosk and just punch it in and they'll make it fresh for you right there. If you're looking for convenience, Twice Daily has you covered. Twice Daily, fresh all day.
but we got a guy named Bill Callahan, a.k.a. Big Coach, who's one of the best in the business. And I really wish you guys could have seen his profile tape, meeting. It was a clinic. It was a clinic, and everyone left out of there minds blown and coming to the realization that we still got a lot to learn, to come in and what it's going to take to play for him. But I think for a guy like that who's been such a strong developer, of talent at the O-line position, it gives us a little leeway, to bring some guys in and him having a plan on how to develop those guys and get them out on the field.
They better hope Big Coach has a plan, because that offensive line, and we already went through the options at left tackle, they ain't good. So they better figure this out. So, again, today, what got me all worked up was Titan fans saying, there's no way to fix the offensive line in one offseason, Jared. You better. You don't have a choice. And if you don't fix the offensive line, then Rand Carthon's going to get fired. I think it should be as simple as that. And I don't even think that it would be fair to say that shouldn't be the standard around here. So here's how they're going to do it, okay? And this is, again, factoring in a couple of things. One, factoring in who the offensive line coach is. Two, factoring in the fact that the Titans are going to be spenders in free agency. Three, factoring in who is available in free agency. Four, understanding that they're going to have to use the 7th overall pick on a left tackle. And five, who's on the team that they can use. Number one, left tackle, they got to draft it with the 7th overall pick. And I really don't even know if trading out is an option. Because while a lot of the tackles apparently impressed this week at the Combine, the problem is that left tackles who can start right away will be gone by probably the 10th pick. So at 7, the Titans will most likely be able to get at least one of Alt or Fashanu. They will not be available if the Titans trade out to the 14th pick. And those seem to be the two guys that can start at left tackle. Amarius Mims, maybe Big Coach thinks he can start, but he's probably gone by the 14th overall pick. So they have to draft the left tackle at 7. That's the first thing. Left guard Skoronski, that's the second thing. I think we all agree there. Center, free agency. The draft is not an option for the starting center of the Tennessee Titans, because the Titans are going to have to draft the receiver at some point, and they don't have a second-round pick. So, they don't have a third-round pick. They have a second-round pick. So they're going to go tackle, receiver, and then they're back on the board in the 4th round. And they still have tons of holes, and they need depth, and center is a position not to play around with, and there are centers in free agency. There's Connor Williams from Miami, who tore his ACL in the game against the Titans, but it would be 9 months to the day on opening day of his ACL tear, so you'd have to wait a little bit on him, but he's the top guy on the board. Andre James, Lloyd Cushenberry, Tyler Biotish, one of those four has to be on the Tennessee Titans this time next week. Because, again, on Monday, the legal tampering window, next Monday's show, will be right after the legal tampering window opens, and there will be deals that will be announced 5 seconds after that tampering opens, and you better have a center. And it's got to be one of those four. Williams, James, Cushenberry, or Biotish. And again, if it's Williams, then you've probably got to get another center as well, because he's not going to be ready right away. Right guard is probably on the roster right now between Daniel Brunskill, who I don't think is very good, but between Daniel Brunskill, and this is where Bill Callahan comes into play, a.k.a. Big Coach. Here's where this comes into play, because between Brunskill and Duncan and Nicholas Petit-Ferrer, who both, I think, profile more as guards than they do as tackles anyway, he's got to be able to look at one of those guys and say, okay, this guy can play right guard for us. And if not, there are guards on the market, but I'm spending money at center. I'm about to spend money at right tackle. I need to really hope that guards on the roster, or I can wait on right. Probably wait until the second week of free agency and the money goes down. But right guard, either Brunskill or Duncan or PT or one of those guys. And then right tackle has to be a free agent. Like, it has to be a free agent. And there's one name I'm starting to zero in on, which is Jermaine Illuminor of the Raiders. Now, I haven't watched tape of him yet. And Fitz came on the show last week when I just threw his name out randomly because I knew he was on the list of potential free agents. And Fitz was like, I'll give you Jermaine Illuminor if you want Jermaine Illuminor. But here's why Jermaine Illuminor is actually starting to make some sense to me. Number one, he played 17 games in both 2023 and 2022. Ian, how important is availability for a guy like that on this team?
Got to be up there.
So 17 games in each of the last 2 years. He's got 1,800 career snaps at right tackle. He's got 434 career snaps at right guard. So he's versatile, but he is a right tackle. He allowed 6 sacks last year, which isn't good, but again, he played 17 games. Radens played a handful and gave up 5. He only allowed 3 sacks in 2022. Now, what I found fascinating about Jermaine Illuminor's season was in week 4 against the Chargers, he allowed 3 of those 6 sacks. That was week 4 when Josh McDaniels was the coach. In week 17 against the Chargers, Illuminor didn't allow a sack. And his grade got consistently better throughout the course of last season, specifically after they made the coaching change. And when they made the coaching change and they fired Josh McDaniels and they fired Mick Lombardi, the offensive coordinator, they made Bo Hardegree the offensive coordinator, the interim offensive coordinator, and he ran the offense because Antonio Pierce is a defensive guy who was the head coach. Ian, where is Bo Hardegree right now?
I don't know. Am I supposed to know that?
He's the quarterback's coach of the Tennessee Titans.
Okay, well, there you go.
So you've got the connection with Jermaine Illuminor, who, again, got better under Bo Hardegree. And I don't think now, Illuminor, I'd sign him day one. Like, I'm telling you right now, Pro Football Focus says for Illuminor, 2 years at $14.5 million. I'd go ahead and make it 3 years at 20. 3 at 20 or 3 at 21 or 3 at 22, or I would make sure I get him. Because when I look at the other guys, Michael Owenu of the Patriots, he allowed 3 sacks last year. Is not that bad, and only had 4 penalties, and he played 850 snaps. That's fine. But he played right guard before that. He's got more snaps, 1,800 at guard, than he does 1,500 at tackle, and his pass blocking rate is terrible. And he's going to cost you more money. And again, Mekhi Becton, he stinks. So I'm starting to zero in on the Illuminor. So again, drafted 7, Skoronski, Andre James, Lloyd Cushenberry, Tyler Biadasz at center. You have to sign one of those 3 unless you want to take the risk on Connor Williams, which you can. And I wouldn't kill him for if they do, but it's risky. Brunskill or figure it out at right tackle, and Illuminor, or right guard, and Illuminor or another free agent has to be the right tackle, and I think it's going to be Illuminor. Like, I keep circling him. I keep zeroing in on him. 615-737-1025. We're to your phones on all of this next. 615-737-1025. And the one thing that you're doing now, but you will not do this later, I can promise you. We'll get to that. And also, did you guys see how these wide receivers ran this weekend to the Combine? We will for sure hit on that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
What do we do with Keon Coleman running a 4.62, 4.64, but great in a gauntlet, right? We look like a mid-first rounder during the year in a lot of games. Do you push him into the second round? I had NFL people saying, well, if he ran in the 4.5 range, he's a first rounder guaranteed, maybe even a mid-first rounder if he runs 4.46. He ran 4.6 and change. Does that move him into the second? They thought going in, if he did, that could move him into the second round. So again, don't guard against overreaction, but use it as a way to separate. And I think right now, Phil, and I'd like to have your number based on your ratings as we speak in real time. I have 26 wide receivers within the first 4 rounds. How many do you have right now?
Okay, so I've done my top 50 mail, or at least it is almost done. It's coming out here on Wednesday on ESPN.com. And I believe the number of receivers that I had in the top 50 alone was 11. The first 4 rounds is about 130 picks when you factor in compensatory picks as well, Mel. So my number probably is going to approach around 25.
There you go. That was Field Yates and Mel Kiper today talking about how many wide receivers are going to be available in this draft. And did you guys see the receivers and their speed at the combine? By the way, are we for or against the receivers running on Saturday? I think in years past they've run on Thursday night. And this year they were running during the middle of the day on Saturday. And I'm sorry, I love my job, and I love the NFL, and you know I love the NFL, and you know I love the NFL draft. But I am not sitting my ass on the couch to watch guys run the 40-yard dash on a Saturday. I am not Floyd. Like, I am not doing that. And so, did you watch the combine, them running on Saturday?
No.
They need to move that back to Thursday night.
At least at night you have a chance of somebody getting bored to watch something, not on the weekend.
Right. I don't know what they're thinking, but regardless, did you see some of those speeds? Xavier Worthy at Texas,
cooking
4.21. A.D. Mitchell lit it up. Brian Thomas at LSU lit it up. Xavier Legette, who's one of TD's guys, TD loves him. And TD's been talking about him in the second round over and over again. And a texter asked on the TD Power Hour this week, he said, TD, what if Xavier Legette, because I guess the texter liked him too, and he said, what if Xavier Legette's gone by 38 because you like Xavier Legette and I like Xavier Legette. You know, what are the chances somebody else likes him? Xavier Legette ran a 4.39 at 220 pounds. He will not be available with the 38th pick. And if he is available with the 38th pick, run that freaking card right to the podium. I mean, if it's 4.39, remember this, A.J. Brown was a 4.49. Like, he is a 1/10 of a second faster than A.J. Brown. He will not be available at 38. But there are so many receivers in this draft that I truly believe that the Titans are in a position where, and I hate this because it takes me back to 2017, when the Titans had to get a receiver and they had to get a corner, and it ended up being Corey Davis and Adoree Jackson. And neither of those guys really worked out. And so I hate the fact that the Titans are cornered into a position to where they have to draft the tackle in the first round, and I hate that they have to draft a receiver in the second round, but they don't have a choice. They have to draft a receiver with that 38th pick. And the only trading back I think they can do, because, again, there are no left tackles in free agency, the only trading back I think they could do is if Atlanta was afraid that Minnesota or Denver was going to pop up and take J.J. McCarthy, and Atlanta just agrees to switch with you from 8 to 7 and they give you a third, which would be a miracle if that would happen, but I don't think it's going to. So I think that's, again, the life that we live. That is, the Titans have to go left tackle in the first round. They have to sign a right tackle. I keep zeroing in on Jermaine Illuminor. They have to sign a center, and they have to draft a wide receiver in the second round. And I would not be against, just apparently the way they talk about the depth of this class, I would not I would not have a problem, concerned, convinced, whatever. I would not have a problem if the Titans went receiver with the second-round pick and the fourth-round pick, because this draft is loaded at receiver. And the one thing I'm sick and freaking tired of, and this should get this, You guys bitch about all the things John Robinson did poorly, and he did screw a lot of things up. But this might be the most egregious thing that he did over the years, which was in these unbelievable receiver drafts. 2020, 2021, he just didn't do anything. Just stuck his thumb up his ass. And he drafted Des Fitzpatrick. And so this is another unbelievable draft. Unbelievable. At receiver, better draft him. 615-737-1025. Oh, and one other thing. TD's real big on Keon Coleman. And he's saying that the Titans are real big on Keon Coleman. 4-6 in the 40. Goodbye. Not interested. Go ahead. Move on.
Just like that. Dunzo.
Done. And I'll tell you why. Because you guys may not think the 40 matters. But everybody, when we were talking about comps last week, they said, well, they compared A.J. Brown to Treylon Burks, and that didn't work out. And that's not exactly like why the definition of comp is or isn't accurate. But the biggest difference for me between A.J. Brown and Treylon Burks is that A.J. Brown ran a 4.49 and Treylon Burks ran a 4.55. And so it's like, well, that's not that much of a difference. Correct. But in the NFL, that is the difference between great player and, like, Burks has potential to be a great player, but he's not the runner that AJ is because he can't run like that.
But Burks' problem isn't his speed.
And I think it absolutely is his speed.
It's he can't stay on the field.
But he doesn't cook people enough. Like, he does not scare it. He caught a couple of deep balls this year.
He's not overly sudden.
But he's not fast, and they need fast. And so if Burks is 4.55 and this guy's 4.68 or 4.63 or whatever it is, no. This team desperately needs speed.
They can't address the speed part in free agency?
No, because these guys aren't running 4.3 when they're 30 years old. Darnell Mooney ran, in 2020? Darnell Mooney ran 4.38. He ain't running 4.38 now.
That is fast.
He's not running that now. So, no, you have to draft speed. If you want speed, you have to draft it. Fastest player I've ever seen on the Titans, and is probably the fastest player the Titans ever drafted, Chris Johnson. When Chris Johnson left here, was he as fast as he was when he got here? You know the answer to that. Texter said, I watched Xavier Legette run the gauntlet, and he dropped passes and looked unnatural catching the football. That comes from Ryan in Nashville. I don't care. Tyquan Thornton got drafted in the second round, and the guy wasn't 230 pounds, and the guy wasn't productive in college, and he still got drafted because he could run. And so Xavier Legette, who was productive in college and who is big, he is going to get drafted probably in the first round. My guess would be a team like the Chiefs, if they don't have to draft a tackle, they will draft this kind of receiver. Texter said, keep an eye out for Nico Harris, the free agent center out of Cleveland. He won the starting job in 2022, but had season-ending knee surgery, and Ethan Pachick took over and didn't give the job back. Nick Harris is the center he's talking about from Cleveland. Okay, we're going to call this the Azeez Al-Shaair rule. If you guys think that Bill Callahan is going to be able to succeed by bringing in backups from where he was previously and that's going to make a difference, you are mistaken. It's the same reason why I thought the Titans were going to bring in Jonah Williams, and now I don't, because Jonah Williams sucked. Even though he worked with Brian Callahan, he played under Brian Callahan in Cincinnati, he was terrible. He was terrible. And so, as much as you guys want to sit back and say, oh, well, this guy comes from Cleveland and he was a backup and he knows Bill Callahan, if I'm putting backups out there to start, that's how you end up with Brunskill. That's how you end up with Dillard. The guys that I am bringing in start. Tyler Biadasz is a starting NFL center. And you can get away with it every now and then. But you can't constantly be bringing in backups to start, or else the other team's going to have starters and you're going to have backups, and their starters are going to beat your backups. So stop worrying about that. You need starters. One texter says, would you be okay with Ladd McConkey and Joe Alt? Let me just say this. If you can get Joe Alt, good. He's not going to be there at 7. I don't think. Not after the workout that he had this weekend. I think he is gone by the 7th pick. But if you can get Alt, good for you. One texter says, I don't care about their character. If they run a 4-2, I want them bad. Well, character matters. At least I think so. One texter says, Keon Coleman reached the highest miles per hour of all the wide receivers at the combine during the route running drills. So you know what this is? You know, I was talking to somebody who told me that as a general manager, that when somebody is trying to pull the wool over your eyes, what they do is they make up these stats, and then they try to sell you these made-up stats, and they try to convince you that, no, this player that you don't think is very good or that doesn't meet your criteria actually is good because of these, made-up stats. And when it comes to the GPS miles per hour tracker said this guy ran this, again, Treylon Burks had the fastest clocked time on a reception against Alabama in 2021. So I was supposed to dismiss the out of shape, and I was supposed to dismiss the 4.55. But again, when it comes to Burks, and Burks can run, 4.55 is not nothing. But when it comes to that, that 40 time matters now, especially running down the field. Remember, DK Metcalf ran an incredible 40, and everybody said, oh, well, he's just a workout guy. His cone drill wasn't very good, so he's right. But we're asking the receivers on the outside to run down the field. So I'm sorry, Keon Coleman's not an option for me at 38 because I need speed. Speed. Real speed. Not your made-up, gauntlet tracker test, Treylon Burks against Alabama speed. I need real speed. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. Coming up next, the Titans were reportedly interested in a big name and are reportedly interested in a little name. We'll do that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
All right, back on Get Up, and as promised, breaking news. This is from Shefty's Twitter feed just a few moments ago. Before free agency begins next week, I'm reading it verbatim, the Buccaneers and 5-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Mike Evans reached agreement on a 2-year, $52 million deal that includes $35 million guaranteed. Evans now has a real chance, Shefty writes, to start and finish his career in Tampa as a Buccaneer. He was expected to be one of the top free agent wide receivers available. Now, instead, he will be a recruiting tool for that team to try to make sure they bring back Baker Mayfield. Fill in any blanks for us here, Dan.
Yeah, they were hopeful, but not certain that this could get done. I think the length of the deal probably helped, right? Didn't need to stretch to 3 or 4 years for a wide receiver who's about to be 31 years old. The average per year, 26, is a good number for Mike Evans, and I think it reflects an organization that appreciates what he's done and sees him as kind of a unique and unprecedented player. It looks like a good compromise.
Okay, so Mike Evans is off the market today, and that's only important because earlier this morning, Mike Evans, when he signed 8 hours ago. So it became official at 8:12 a.m. that Mike Evans was headed there. Diana Rossini had tweeted out right before he signed that the Titans were amongst other teams. Here you go. Diana had tweeted out, multiple teams had Mike Evans on their free agent board and were hoping to land him based on several team sources: Titans, Rams, Chiefs, Patriots, Giants, Panthers, Falcons, and Jags. Now, here's a serious question for you, Ian. I want you to be dead serious with me. Do you think Diana is telling the truth when she says based on several team sources, which is her way of saying I did not get this list from Mike Evans' agent, that these were the teams that were interested in Mike Evans? Or do you think that the opposite of what she reported is true and that she got that list from Mike Evans' agent?
I mean, it seems like a lot of teams. So you'd have to, ask all those teams if they had interest in Mike Evans, and then they would have to tell you yes. So I'm going to guess Mike Evans' agent.
And that she wanted people to not think that it was for sure Mike Evans' agent, because if you had the 13 teams that were interested in him, then that would have to have come from the agent. I agree. So I think that is from the agent. So I don't know how in on Mike Evans the Titans were, but Diana said that. And speaking of I don't know how in they are, this time of the year there's so much gossip, but so little of it gets published that this tiny little nugget at ESPN.com got published about Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears. And all of a sudden it spread on social media like wildfire. And the report was that Dan Graziano or Jeremy Fowler, I don't know which one, it was part of the same article, I think it was Fowler, says that the Titans would be interested in Darnell Mooney of Chicago. But here's what the actual wording of the report was. Quote, the Chicago wideout is much better than his 2023 stat line of 31 catches for 414 yards and 5 touchdowns suggests. The Chiefs or Titans could be at play here. Now, I did my homework yesterday on Darnell Mooney before that even came out when I was going over the free agent board, and I am a no on Darnell Mooney, mainly because I don't think he's very good. Darnell Mooney is 26 years old, and in 2020 he ran a 4.38. Now, I don't think he probably still runs a 4.38, but he's probably fast. The problem is Darnell Mooney doesn't run deep. 65% of his snaps last year came in the slot, and he only had 3 deep receptions over 20 yards in 2023. He dropped the ball 5 times, and Justin Fields, or whoever was throwing him the football, because I guess that Badgett played a couple of games, had a quarterback rating of 56.2 when targeting Darnell Mooney. That's not good enough. 13 deep targets. The Titans need speed. The Titans need somebody on the outside that can run. Now, I don't love the other options because the other options, now that Mike Evans is off the board, and he was the only guy who didn't have red underneath his name, which is something bad. But the other guys, Hollywood Brown, he's only got 1 year of 1,000 yards, and he's only got 6 catches deep, and he didn't make a single contested deep catch last year. So I don't like that. Calvin Ridley, he's got character concerns and was suspended for an entire season, and he dropped the ball 7 times last year, including what probably was a game changer against the Titans towards the end there. Gabriel Davis, who's never had a 1,000-yard season, which I don't like, and missed both playoff games with an injury, and Tyler Boyd, who had 1 contested catch last year and plays 85% of his snaps in the slot. I don't like any of those options. But I definitely don't like Darnell Mooney, because Darnell Mooney is a slot receiver who doesn't run deep, who doesn't make contested catches, who doesn't make deep catches, and had 400 yards last year, and his quarterback had a rating of 50 when he targeted him. And that's supposed to be, and I'm not saying the Titans are going to be interested in Mooney or not. That's a small little blurb, and I'm not sure exactly what it means. But I am supposed to believe that this is the guy that the Titans are going to use all that cap space on, that they're going to fix the wide receiver problem with that guy. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. And if that's what they walk away when it comes to free agency, if they walk away after basically October 15th, whenever the London game was, whenever the Titans decided to trade Kevin Byard, and no matter how many times they said it, it didn't really matter. The narrative was real that the Titans were giving up on the season. As soon as that happened, everybody started talking about all this cap space that this team would have in free agency. And if the best they come away with is Darnell Mooney, you have every right to be mad. I'm just going to tell you right now, I heard Derek say today on the midday show, Derek said that he doesn't think the Titans are going to go big in free agency at receiver. And he might be right. There may not be anybody to go big on. But if they don't go big, like if they don't go into free agency and spend at right tackle and spend at center and spend at wide receiver, Rand Carthon will get fired. And what's crazy is I know that I was the one who said at the end of the year I'd fire both Vrabel and Rand Carthon, and somehow everybody took that to be this anti-Rand Carthon agenda when all I was saying was I'm blowing the whole thing up. And yet I think there are some people out there that defend Rand Carthon that are like, well, the Titans can't spend all this money in free agency, or they shouldn't overpay in free agency. And I'm like, dude, you're trying to get Rand fired with that talk, because if they don't overspend, they're not going to get players. And if they don't get players, they're going to lose. And if they lose, he's going to get fired, because that's what this owner does. This owner will fire you very quickly if you have not learned from the last 2 seasons. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Cameron says no on Darnell Mooney. He sucks. The Titans have enough terrible receivers to give him 400 yards per year. I don't know if that's true, but I would argue that he's probably not that much better than Chris Moore. Coming up next, it's not only the week before free agency, but it is trade deadline week in the NHL. And trade deadline week is a big deal. But I'm about to throw some cold water on the Predators and the deadline, and we'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Spring Hill Heating and Cooling Studios. This is about to be a wild week. Like the next 7 days. Today is the day to take it easy. Because tomorrow, the Predators go for their 9th win in a row. Thursday, Lionel Messi comes to town to play Nashville SC. Friday, there's the NHL trade deadline. And on Monday, legal tampering in the NFL starts. So we have got, I was on the phone yesterday with Gentry. I mean, he and I were talking about this, about the week that's ahead. You talk about a slow time of the year. This ain't it. But the big thing in the NHL is the trade deadline. And one thing that I realized, I might tell a little secret here that I don't think, I think it's okay to let people see how the sausage is made. Unless you're a team that is absolutely tearing it down to the studs, kind of like the Predators were last year at the trade deadline, unless you're a definitive seller where everything must go, the trade deadline is incredibly overrated in hockey. It's kind of like the trade deadline in football. Every year we talk about the trade deadline, and they bring in Adam Schefter, and they talk about all these names that may go at the trade deadline, and then all of a sudden they get there, and it's like, yeah, there was one trade. They traded this linebacker for a third-round pick. I think, Montez Sweat and Chase Young, those were the two names at the NFL trade deadline. And they were talking about Derrick Henry might go. Come on now. Hockey is a little different because there's more action, but I think the impact is kind of the same. Where we've been over this year after year when we would talk about the Predators, but it was like all these deadline acquisitions, they're so big to your team, and I think that we found that there's almost no correlation between teams going for it at the trade deadline and teams winning in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I mean, the Predators a couple years ago in 2017 made an addition at the trade deadline. They traded, I think, a 4th-round pick for P.A. Parento. And I don't even think P.A. Parento played in the playoffs in that year. So all the talk about the trade deadline and the way that David Poile used to do it sometimes where, I mean, first-round pick for Ryan Hartman or had to pull the trigger on Eric Goodbranson or something like that, I didn't think it was necessary. I think it was somebody like he had to make the move, so he made the move. When it comes to the Predators, I do not expect an active or eventful week on the trade deadline front. They got the big news out of the way today by signing Tommy Novak to a 3-year deal with a cap hit of $3.5 million a season. And I think that's a good deal for both Novak and for the team. If Novak becomes a legitimate top 6 forward and a big-time goal scorer in the NHL, then when he is 30 years old, he will get paid and you will have the ability to do it. If Novak isn't, no harm, no foul. But all the talk surrounding the Predators over the last month, I don't think you're going to see a lot of that materialize. Saros is off the market, and I don't think they ever got offered what they were looking for anyways. Saros is off the market. Novak is signed. The UFAs, Carrier, Trennan, Tyson Barrie, I think they'll all stay on the team. In the case of Tyson Barrie, I think it's because nobody wants him. In the case of Carrier and Trennan, I think the Predators are looking at themselves saying, hey, we're good enough now. Like, this team's going to make the playoffs. So what good does it do you to trade Alexander Carrier to get a 3rd-round pick or a 2nd-round pick when compared to you might be able to compete in these playoffs? So I don't think they're going to do any of that. I think that it's going to be a rather boring deadline. And not only do I think it's going to be a rather boring deadline, now tomorrow at 5 o'clock we'll have Barry on the show, so we'll ask him. But I don't think the Predators need to do anything. I don't think there is a draft pick that is burning a hole in your pocket that is begging you to be traded when you've got guys at Milwaukee that just won 19 games in a row. And see, I look at this from the big picture, which is all of these picks, the 2nd-round picks, the 3rd-round picks, the 4th-round picks, all of these picks, they're all lottery tickets. first-round picks are more likely to hit, especially if it is a high-end first-round pick, right? Like if it's the Austin Matthews pick, it is expected to hit. But that doesn't mean that these other picks aren't important. Roman Yossi was a second-round pick. Tommy Novak was a third-round pick. So was UC Soros. Matthias Ekholm and Craig Smith were fourth-round picks. So you're adding these players to your roster every year. You deal away a second-round pick to go get some Scarbini. That's Luke Evangelista. I don't want to do that. Do you? And again, while the Predators, it's been fun this year, and they're going to make the playoffs, and I think they've got a shot to win a playoff series, I still think what we should be thinking about is the big picture rebuild that the Predators entered into this time last year. So when it comes to, well, Jared, what if we need a forward? Just go to Milwaukee. Juuso Parssinen can play in the NHL. He's there. Philip Tomasino can play in the NHL. He's there. Liam Foudy can play in the NHL. He's there. Are they great players? No, but you don't get great players this time of the year anyways. If you need a defenseman, Spencer Stastny is there, and he can play in the NHL, and I think he's ready for the NHL. And I think we can all agree, if you need a goalie, you've got a goalie in Milwaukee you can go get that can come up here. That team didn't win 19 games on accident. That's a good team down there. So why give away future assets and potential trade chips and potential draft picks and everything else? Why give that away when if you need a forward, you can just go to Milwaukee and get one? I don't think there's a defenseman on the market that you can trade for that's probably better and won't affect the team chemistry the way Spencer Stastny would be able to come up here and fit right in. So I expect a very boring week from the Predators. Now, I'm not going to say that means they will do nothing because I'm not convinced that they will do nothing. What I think the Predators are going to be able to do, and I looked it up this morning, the Predators, every team in the league, is allowed to retain salaries on 3 contracts at a time. Right now, the Predators are retaining $4 million on Ryan Johansson for the next year and a half. And I think for the next 2.5 years or something like that, they're retaining a little bit of money on Matthias Ekholm, the deal that they made with Edmonton last year and the deal they made in the summer with Colorado. That means the Predators could operate this year with their cap space, which is massive at the end of the season. They could make deals this week that really have nothing to do with the roster, but they would give you, again, these future assets. So, for instance, let's say that a team that has no cap space and half the league doesn't have cap space in the NHL. So you've got tons of it. If you wanted to be the third party to facilitate a deal, you could get a draft pick out of that. Let's say some team that doesn't have any space, Boston, they don't have any space, and they're trying to work a deal. And so as they try to work a deal, a team that they're trading with can only take so much at one time, and so they got to add you into the mix. And so because they're adding you into the mix, you get a 4th-round pick out of it. That is very much on the table. Very much on the table. And you wouldn't have a single player show up. But you can only do that once because you've got the other ones in which you're retaining salary. So everybody else, this entire league, has no cap space except for you. The other thing the Predators could do, and we will talk to Barry about this extensively tomorrow, is, again, let's use a team like the Boston Bruins. And I use them because I listen to Boston radio, so I know what they do or don't have. I know what kind of team they are or they aren't. And they are one of the teams that has absolutely no cap space. Like 0 cap space. Okay? So let's use them. Let's pull them up right here on capfriendly.com. They need to make a trade. They need to make a hockey trade, but they can't trade away these picks because, again, they have $61,000 in cap space. They also have no first-round pick, no second-round pick, and no third-round. Holy crap. Oof. No first, no second, and no third. Oof. So if they want to make a deal, they've got to deal a player. Now, they're probably going to also have to deal a prospect in order to do this. But what they could do is they could take a guy that they don't even like that much, like Jake DeBrusk, who's a UFA at the end of the year, and I think he's making, I don't know, this cat-friendly website sucks. Let's see. What's it say he's making? It says DeBrusk is making $4 million, and he's a UFA at the end of the year. They could trade you him for almost nothing. Give you something, and it'd have to be a pick in not 24, but 25's draft. Give you a third-round pick in 25, and then either you could keep DeBrusk on your team, or more likely, just waive him. Done. And they've just cleared $4 million in cap space. You'd have to send something back, but it doesn't have to be good. Send them a 7. And I think we could see the Predators do that. But as far as changing the makeup of the team, as far as, well, Trennan's a UFA, Carrier's a UFA, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just telling you right now, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to make an addition. And I don't like this. You know, we used to have people that would text in the text line that would be like, who cares how the Titans draft in the first round because they don't hit on their draft picks anyways. And I'm like, right, but eventually you have to hit on these draft picks. And you can't not take Joe Burrow because Achilles Smith sucked. But for like the last 5 years, the trade deadline's been a big thing around here, and it's been P.A. Parento, Ryan Hartman, that disastrous Cody Franzen trade, Wayne Simmons did nothing.
Yeah, Brian Boyle.
Well, that was before the deadline.
A little bit, yeah. But it was around the same time. The same deal as Simmons, I think.
Did you see that? Well, no, Simmons was like 5 minutes before the deadline. Did you see that Joe tried to argue that the Ryan Johansson-Seth Jones trade was a deadline deal?
Yeah, I heard him say that you texted him over the weekend and called him out on that.
It's bullcrap. Like, they made that trade on January 6th. Like, it's bullcrap.
He asked Robbie. Robbie said, you know, his I guess window would be closer to a month than 2 months. So.
Yeah, like, just ridiculous. Anywho, like, again, all of those trades, Eric Goodbranson, Mikhail Granlund, they all kind of sucked. So I'm fine with the team that they have now. 615-737-1025 is the phone number, 615-737-1025. Tommy Novak got a deal. And why? I think if you've got a strong opinion on this Novak deal, I think you're lying. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
As the Predators now 10 seconds left on the power play. Novak scored! Tommy Novak! Beautiful stick handling there. And Tommy Novak wants to make sure you get your dessert tonight.
You know, I struggled in college for a while, and went through some tough injuries, some tough times, and you know, right when I came into this organization, they've given me chances and rewarded me for playing well, which is not always the case. And guys can get written off in some ways. So I'm just really grateful for all the opportunities that they've given me.
Tommy Novak, who this time last year was a nobody. I mean, I heard Willie say today that he didn't even make the traveling roster to Prague when the Predators opened the season out there. That he didn't even make the traveling roster, which I guess was like 28 guys or something like that. And he didn't even make it. Like, they took everybody who might be on the team, and he didn't make it. And now Tommy Novak signs a 3-year, $3.5 million per year contract. So that's an AAV of 3.5, and he'll be a UFA at 30 years old, and who knows if Novak is good or not. Novak's got some skill. I think we can all agree with that. But he's somewhat of a liability in his own end, and it's a very small sample size for a guy who comes at the end of the ECL and then, or ELC, excuse me, the ELC, and now it's over. And so they signed him to a deal. Barry had said on the show last week that if he didn't get a deal done, he was going to trade Tommy Novak, and he got the deal done at 3.5. I would have never paid him in the 4s, and I would have never done it because Ryan O'Reilly makes $4.5 million, and I can't have him making similar money to Ryan O'Reilly. So I think they're in a good spot with this deal, because if he blows up and he's good, then you'll pay him. Because everybody likes to pay good players. The only guys you don't like to pay are the bad players. And then, if he's not any good at $3.5 million a year, you can survive that and then let him go as a free agent, and you're fine and nothing changes. So the Novak deal, if you've got a strong opinion on it, I think it's a good deal for Novak. I think it's a good deal for the Predators. I think that it can't really backfire on anybody. If the Predators had signed him to a 7-year deal, it probably could have backfired on him, because if he became a great player, then he would have never been able to make that kind of money that great players make. I don't think that, if they had given him $4.5 million, it could have backfired on them, because if they had done that for 4 years or 5 years, when they're truly supposed to be finishing up the process of the rebuild, they could be stuck with a Kyle Turris contract on their hands, and they're not. So I can't see this being bad for anybody, and if you've got a strong take on the Novak contract, that tells me more about you than it does the deal. There's no way to know if Novak is for sure a top 6 forward in the NHL. The Predators, with this contract, they're hedging their bets. Now, there is one thing that we need to be careful of here, because Robbie Stanley texted me today that he went out to practice. Philip Forsberg didn't practice today. So last week during morning skates, Forsberg didn't skate. And Andrew Burnett was asked about it. Oh, it's that time of the year, maintenance day. Well, if Forsberg is missing every practice and every skate, chances are there's probably something wrong there. Now, I ran into Phil last night at the Preds Nash Vegas thing, and I talked with him and his wife, who, by the way, Ian, his wife is very, very lovely. Very, very, again, chatted with her for like 5 minutes. Very nice.
Good.
But I didn't see any noticeable anything when it came to Phil. But again, Robbie said he didn't practice today, and he wasn't practicing last week and wasn't doing morning skate last week. So that leads us to believe that there could possibly be an injury there with Forsberg.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like the sound of that.
No.
So we will ask Barry about that tomorrow when he comes on the show. I hate doing this, though. I hate telling you guys what we're going to ask Barry, because then, Barry gets tipped off as to what we're going to ask ahead of time, and I don't like that. Be like telling the witness what you're going to ask them before they get up to the stand. Although I do think Barry and I have a much more cordial relationship than that. I would say that the Forsberg thing, it's not panic, it's not alarm, it's just keep our eyes on it.
At least he hasn't missed any games yet.
And that's the most important thing. And I'll tell you this right now. if you told me that Philip Forsberg doesn't miss a single game and plays the way Philip Forsberg is capable of playing, I couldn't give a rat's ass how much practice he misses. Could not care. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com at 615-737-1025. Texter says trading Alexander Carrier would allow the Predators to call up Spencer Stastny for the playoff run. Another texter says, if you give me a second-round pick in exchange for Alexander Carrier, I will ship him out of town. Well, think about it like this, okay? At the trade deadline, there are buyers and there are sellers. You are 9 points up on a playoff spot. You're going to make the playoffs. So, by traditional NHL standards, are you a buyer or are you a seller? Ian, I'll let you answer. Are you a buyer? Again, traditional binary NHL standards, where you are in the standings right now.
Buyer.
You're a buyer. So this idea that you would sell off Carrier to get a second-round pick only makes sense if you're a seller. If you trade Carrier because you're not going to do a deal with him after this year, which they're not because that spot is going to go to Tanner Mullendijk long term. So if you're not going to do a deal with Carrier and then you trade him, you're making the actions of a seller. But you're not a seller. So why would you want to do something in which would make you a seller when, again, where you sit right now in the standings? I understand. Vingan texted me today and said, what about dealing a second-round pick for Vladimir Tarasenko? And I'm like, no, I'm not dealing a second-round pick for Paul Vladimir Tarasenko, who's always hurt. And I think that would mess with the chemistry. Like, I wouldn't be interested in any of that. That is like a true desperate buyer. I don't think the Predators are that. But as far as like letting Carrier or Trennan or, these UFAs go, the problem that I have is now you're acting like a seller and your team is too good for that. This team's going to make the playoffs. Did you watch Saturday night's game? Like, you can compete with the big boys. Will you beat the big boys? I don't know. If I was a betting man, I would take the big boys over you. But you can compete with them. Justin in Greenbrier says, I am thankful the Predators are playing better as a team. I was afraid that this was going to be a cringeworthy end of the season, and now it seems like the Predators are going to be an exciting team to watch no matter what. Well, for starters, they're going to make the playoffs no matter what. And this isn't like the 2022 Predators that down the stretch, it was just every time they played a good team, they got their asses kicked. Probably from like this time on, like this day forward, for the rest of the 2022 season, they limped into the playoffs and they got smoked. That's not going to be this. Now, will they still be riding the high that they're riding right now? A month and a half from now? Probably not. That's just how hockey works. But they're going to make the playoffs. And they might win a round. And if they win a round, then who knows? Especially if you stay in the Central Division. Because if you stay in the Central Division, your first round matchup, and so that would probably mean claiming the first wild card spot. If you can outduel LA for the first wild card spot and you get to stay in the Central Division, that means that you could play Dallas or Winnipeg in the first round of the playoffs. I know they're both good teams, but I'm not scared of those two teams. Vancouver and Edmonton got straight up firepower that I don't think the Predators can compete with. So if you stay within the Central Division, you could get out of that. And then who knows who makes it out of the other side. And that's, again, how this whole crazy, just all over the place, Fakakta NHL playoff, like that's how that works. More of your phones. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Again, 8 in a row for the Predators. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Spinning from out high, shot broken up. McCarron got to it. Now here's the long shot at the empty net to score.
There it is. That's the hat trick.
Cody Boss gets the hat trick. And that will do it. Predators win it 5-1 over Colorado for their 8th consecutive win.
There you go. 8 in a row for the Predators. They go for 9 tomorrow against Montreal. And I got to tell you right now, I do not want to count my chickens before they hatch because I've been doing this way too long. And so have you guys as sports fans. Been doing this way too long to sit back and say, well, they've won 9 in a row and they play Montreal, who we all know is not very good. If we look at the standings, they're terrible. And they play Buffalo on Thursday, who's also terrible. So there is a legitimate chance that the Predators go into the trade deadline having won 10 games in a row. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. Montreal has 56 points. They stink. And Buffalo has 62 points. They stink. So, I mean, you should win both games. Here's the problem, though. How many times have we seen this, right? They play Colorado, and they play a great game on both ends of the ice. The goalie is fantastic, stops a McKinnon breakaway, and then they drop an egg. They're flat against a Montreal who's just in it because they're trying to play out the string. So I'm not taking anything for granted, and I would like to see the Predators go out there tomorrow and the rest of this week and keep their foot on the gas. By the way, you are with 2 games. LA has 2 games in hand. You are tied with them for that last wild card spot, which is not a good sign. Vingan told me that Calgary, he did some research or whatever for NHL Network. Calgary, in their last 11, is 8-3-1. In fact, they're 8-2 in their last, or they're 7-3 in their last 10, and they've lost ground. They've won 5 in a row on the Predators, and they haven't gained a single game in the standings. Unbelievable. But again, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but man, 10 in a row, that would be something. Texture says, fans that say that technically the Predators are not a contender, does anybody remember 2017, the Texture says, when the Predators were the last team to make the playoffs and made it all the way to the Stanley Cup? The Predators should 100% be buyers if they're wanting to trade before the deadline. But saying that, I would be okay with them not trading anybody or for anybody at the deadline. So that's where I sit, which is I am fine with the team that I have right now, and if I need to get somebody, I'll just go to Milwaukee to get him, and I'll be okay. But I don't like comparing things to 2017. And the only reason why I don't like comparing things to 2017 is because I felt like that was such a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing that to expect being the 8th seed every year getting to the Cup final, that's just not reality. And what that did after 2017 was in years like 2020 and 2021 and 2022, it gave everybody that wanted to have it this fugazi belief that, oh, man, I mean, once we get in, anything can happen. No, in 2022 with Connor Ingram in net, not anything was going to happen. Right? Like the Blues at the start of the calendar year in 2019 were the worst team in the NHL, and they ended up winning the Cup with Ryan O'Reilly as the Conn Smythe. That's not going to happen every year. So when you stink, you can't just latch on to that 2019 Blues team. And so I feel like if we start comparing this team to 2017, we'll start doing that, and I don't want to do that. The one thing I will say is this, though. Like, to me, there is a line of demarcation between I could see you winning in the playoffs and then the kind of team that gets into the playoffs like the Predators did in 22 and 21, in which you're really more of a sacrificial lamb and you're there because they need 8 teams in the Western Conference. And the way this team's playing right now, I think you're more of a, I could see you make the playoffs. I could see you winning a round. And once you win a round in the playoffs, anything's possible. Now, I could see all that happening. So I'll say I put you ahead of where you were in 21 and 22. And I'll also say this. There was a lot of pressure in 2018 and a lot of pressure in 2019. And that team did not play well under that pressure. The Predators in 18, when they won the President's Trophy, didn't even play well in that first round against Colorado. This team doesn't have that kind of pressure, and they're playing like it. And so I'm not going to rule anything out, but I just don't like comparing things right there to comparing them to 2017. Texter says, trade Carrier to Toronto for offensive prospects or offensive help. They are dying for any healthy, good defenseman, especially those who are cheap. So when it comes to Toronto, do they have any prospects, Ian, that would be worth? I mean, they're usually trading picks.
Not that I can think of.
And I wouldn't think that they would have. And then they'd also have to have a player, because they have no cap space because they pay that entire power play $1 gazillion. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to take on a player that they don't like. So I'm trying to look. Let's see. Who's a player they don't like that's on their cap that's a UFA at the end of the year?
Hard to say. I mean, maybe one of the goalies, but, that would just be to take a goalie. Martin Jones is making a lot. Doesn't make a lot of money, so I don't know about that. Samsonov.
Samsonov, yeah.
And they don't, they're going to need him. So I don't know.
I don't.
It doesn't look super promising.
Yeah, I'm looking at what they have right now in terms of who the problem with their cap is they're paying 3 centers north of $10 million.
I mean, they have a couple of guys, but there's no one. I mean, maybe Tyler Bertuzzi. He's a UFA. He's making 5.5. Max Domi, he's making 3.
But didn't they just sign him?
So
they just signed Bertuzzi.
Yeah, this past off season. So I don't know. I don't think they probably will make that deal. At least
I am not a Tyler Bertuzzi guy, by the way.
Yeah. So
Maddie says these games against Montreal and Buffalo make me more nervous than the games against the big boys. They do not. And I'll tell you why. Because now that you beat Colorado the way you beat Colorado, you went mano-a-mano with them and you beat them, now I know you can. You're not going to win every game. Now, the Predators do have a very favorable schedule. There is a stretch of games where I think they play 5 out of 6 against playoff teams, and then almost every other game the rest of the way is against a non-playoff team. And that 5 of 6 later in the year will, I think, give us a pretty good idea of what they might be in the playoffs. Caleb says, if the Predators played the Oilers or Vancouver in the first round and won the series, would you consider them a cup contender, or would you think that they just got lucky? First of all, I think almost any team, except for the Colorado team 2 years ago, I think almost any team that wins the cup gets lucky in some case or another. I mean, Tampa, when they were winning the cup, maybe not. But, I mean, I'd have to see how they play before I could tell you whether or not they got lucky or whether or not they're legit. I think if you beat Edmonton in a best-of-7 series, you're probably legit. But I don't want to sit here right now and just say, boom, and put it down. Drew in Columbia says, I wouldn't split up the D-men pair of Carrier and Lauzon. They can decide whether to negotiate with Carrier in the summer. And speaking of those two, they will be the guests at Smashville Live Wednesday night at Brewhouse. I think it's Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue, which is where they'll be for that show. Man, I will say this. I know everyone's talking about Carrier because he's the pending UFA. And not that it's crazy because David Poile reaped no benefits of this when he was the GM. Lauzon's not that bad under Andrew Burnett. I mean, I just went crazy when they traded that second-round pick for Lauzon. And I still disagree with it. And then I felt like they had to justify the Lauzon trade by signing him to that extension. And right now, ever since Andrew Burnett walked in the door, Jeremy Lauzon is a much, much better player. And I mean, he's starting to take the puck deep into the offensive zone now. I mean, he's skating around the goal and drawing penalties on Saturday night. So maybe, and the one thing David Poile said when they acquired Lauzon, which I did not believe, when he said it, he was like, we think that there may be something. We think that there may be something to that. We think that there may be some more oomph in the mix on Lauzon. He's still a young guy. We can develop him. I'm like, if these teams thought that he was any good, Boston would have kept him. Seattle wouldn't have traded him. But Lauzon is playing much better under Andrew Burnett. Mark in Ashland City says the Predators would be crazy not to take a second-round pick if they can get it for any one of those guys. Don't be ridiculous. I mean, again, a second-round pick is not bad. Like, that's a Luca Evangelista. I mean, Roman Josi was a second-round pick. But for a second-round pick, in my opinion, for a second-round pick, like if you were a true buyer, which you are a playoff team, if you were a true buyer, you would be looking to deal a second-round pick to help out this year's team. In this case, you're just not getting the second-round pick, but you're not dealing your own. And I'm okay with trying to win. And this will be kind of the crux of the conversation tomorrow with Barry Trotz outside of, are you going to be active at the deadline? Would you be interested in taking on a bad contract at the deadline? You know, all the questions we're going to ask him. But I think one of the questions that I have for Barry Trotz tomorrow is there any way that being better for 2024 does not hurt being better for 2026, 7, 8 when we kind of expected this rebuild to be in full bloom? That's really the question that I have, because I do wonder if they're mutually exclusive. I'm starting to think that they might be. 615-737-1025. One texter says Lazan comes from superior coaching and John Hines was trash. I think the jury has come back on John Hines, and I think it is that, hey, Hines is a good dude, but Burnett is a better coach. Coming up next, losing a legend, and we lost one. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
and we do end with some absolutely devastating news. I met Chris Mortensen when I was 26 years old, when he was the GOAT in the making for the worldwide leader in sports, ESPN, one of the best football reporters that we've ever known. He was so nice to me. He was so welcoming to me when I first got there. The news just broke a few minutes ago that Chris Mortensen passed away at the age of 72 just this morning, and I know you got to know him, and you loved this man.
Yeah, he's my mentor. He's one of my best friends. I've said it many times. I don't even talk about me. He's done everything for me. I've told that. I don't want to tell that story.
Sure.
I just want to look in the camera and tell Mickey, his wife, and Alex, his son, that every time I talk to Mort, you guys came up because he was so proud of you. He loves you so much. You're always in his heart. You're always on his mind. He's a sweet, sweet person with a sweet family, and that's who I'm thinking about right now.
And we're thinking about you and everybody else that got to know Chris Mortensen. Again, he's just one of the sweetest souls you will have ever met, and he loved this sport, and he loved being on top of it and getting you is interested in loving the sport as much as we obviously do, and I send my condolences.
No, he loved this game too. He texted me yesterday. He wanted to know how Rattler was going to do in the workout. So we talked about Rattler. We were texting back and forth yesterday. He loved this game, and that's why when we found out about this, the last thing I want to do is just come out here. But man, he'd have punched me in the face if we didn't do this and have fun and enjoy this great game that he loved so much.
Love you, Daniel Jeremiah.
Love you too, man.
You are awesome. You are awesome, and we send our condolences to the Mortensen family and to the family at ESPN who put Mort on the air and put him in all of our lives. Rest in peace, Chris Mortensen.
One of the greatest in our industry of all time, Chris Mortensen, passing away yesterday. When I saw the news on Twitter, my heart sunk, and I'll be honest, I've never met Chris Mortensen. I think I've interviewed him on the radio a couple of times, just where he'd call in and we'd ask Mort, but I felt like I knew Mort because of how much I watched Mort. And if I saw Mort on the TV, it was almost a shh. We got to hear what Mort has to say because we all knew that Chris Mortensen had the best information. And yesterday, many people across the country heard the news of Chris Mortensen's passing and were saddened by it. And his colleague and his friend, Adam Schefter, decided to, I think, put together a very sweet remembrance of Chris Mortensen.
It's easier to ask someone about dying once he is broken free of its grasp, as my friend, my mentor, and my on-air partner, Chris Mortensen, once did. After Mort was diagnosed with stage 4 throat cancer in 2015, before fending it off in 2017, he was asked what he would think and what would go through his mind if he knew he were dying, as he almost did. Mort said he would think of all his incredible life experiences, how blessed he has been, even with the heartbreaks along the way. He also added he would be sad to say goodbye to the people he loved, but he would be going to a place of glory. Chris Mortensen was born in Torrance, California, outside of Los Angeles in 1951. He served 2 years in the Army during the Vietnam War, married his wife Mickey and raised his son Alex, and established himself as one of the greatest reporters of all time while being an even better man. Mort began his reporting career at his hometown newspaper, The Daily Breeze, before moving on to cover the Braves, Falcons, and the NFL at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. In 1990, he was among the first reporters hired for the all-sports newspaper, The National. Mort arrived at ESPN in 1991. He left behind the newspaper business to work on the NFL studio shows, SportsCenter, the NFL Draft, and ESPN Radio. He was the reporter who could get to the bottom of the most difficult stories, yet still be the biggest prankster at the network, capable of making any and everyone laugh.
Loosen up my shot and give me a little more headroom. We do not like a lot of face of me on. That's actually in my contract, by the way.
Mort was the one who knowingly and wittingly set up former Colts executive Bill Tobin for one of the most memorable soundbites in NFL draft history.
we got a guy up there. Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way?
Mort impacted everyone he knew, often in ways he didn't even realize. A short time after Mort revealed he was battling stage 4 throat cancer and taking leave from ESPN, then Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald scored a game-winning touchdown that advanced Arizona to the NFC Championship game. In the heady moments of his heroics, Fitzgerald still thought enough to send out a message to the man who had been on so many people's minds.
Mort, I want to tell you, man, we're thinking about you and fight, baby. Love you, Mort.
Everyone did. After Mort checked into the hospital in 2016, Peyton Manning delivered the scoop of his retirement for Mort to report while he battled cancer. The Mannings had known and trusted Mort for so long that there was no other consideration for giving that story to anyone other than Mort. And yet, while he made his living reporting on some of the toughest guys in sports, nobody was any tougher than Mort himself. Mort battled back from a veritable death sentence. He endured intensive radiation treatments. He lost his hair, weight, but never his sense of humor, spirit, nor fight. He often showed up on TV when he was too tired and worn down to do it. It went on for years, like his own fight to regain his health. And yet, through the years, Mort remained ESPN's reporting conscience, its most senior and trusted voice. He had seen so much, knew so many, and established himself not only as one of the greatest football reporters in history, but one of the greatest sports reporters in history. It is just one reason why so many turned to him for guidance on stories that mattered, because he did. Mort was a pioneer in this business, one of the first reporters to transition from newspapers to TV, making it possible for so many others to follow a similar path. Fred Gaudelli, the legendary producer of NFL games, once said that if there were a Mount Rushmore for ESPN, Mort unquestionably would be on it. Mort was nominated for 2 Pulitzer Prizes, wrote 2 highly acclaimed books, won 18 journalism awards, was selected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame as the Dick McCann Award winner in 2016, and became the only sports writer other than the great Red Smith to win the George Polk Award for reporting. But Mort really didn't need any awards to validate his greatness. Other aspects of a life well lived already accomplished that. And here's the truth about a man we loved as much as we respected. If someone's life makes you sad when it ends, it's because it was wonderful when it happened. Mort's truly was. He lived a life that touched so many others, full of faith and purpose, all leading to his ultimate and final accomplishment. Chris Mortensen is headed to his place of glory.
Chris Mortensen, 72 years old. His family will remain in our thoughts. The Commodore Hour is next.